What are you wearing?
A Canadian tuxedo. I'm a hockey player. Let's go Blues.
Let's go Blues.
Let's go Blues.
Who are you, Blues fan? We're bleeding blue with you.
Let's go Blues. Let's go Blues. Let's go Blues.
Blue Note Fan Report. Hello, hello, hello. And my two coast to coast guys just went away. Fuck you. I just don't care anymore. I honestly don't. I'm to that point right now where you watch, you don't. I just don't give a flying fuck anymore. It's beat me up to a point where I'm just beat up. I know you don't want to hear it. I'm preaching to the choir. I get it. I'm just telling you. All right, hold on. I need to adjust my light. There we go. That might be a little bit better. The last 10 games are all kind of big games, right? I mean, it's just it's what it has become for the St. Louis Blues. They have definitely gone out and done the things that they need to do to make these big games, and that's what it is, right? When you have a team that does the things that they need to do to make the games big, well, then there you go. That's what's happened. I really don't know how else to say it other than this team has gone out, done exactly what they had to do, and now they're in that point. Hey, Matt Lowe! How you doing, buddy? Christina down there at Vitali's Hideaway. Thank you. Thank you for the moment. I appreciate you. I just want this team to play good hockey, right? And right now, here's the thing, right? And maybe you get this, maybe you don't. If you do, great. If you don't, you don't. But when it comes down to it, you have to match Calgary. I'm on ESPN. You can only watch that Victory Plus if you're in the St. Louis area. If you're not, you got to watch it on ESPN. Right? You have to be in the St. Louis area. I do know that. Well, I mean, Bernie says that, they all got to be on the same page. It's not that they're on the same page. It's a little more than that. It's that they trust and believe in each other. And that's something you haven't had for a long time with this team. Oh, shoot, I'm way off. There we go. 10-game slate tonight. Yes, you have to be in the St. Louis viewing area to get Victory, right? If you're not, you're going to have to watch it on ESPN. So, like me, I'm not obviously in the St. Louis area. The lineups. So, no Dvorsky today. And I kind of understand why he did not go with Dvorsky, right? I get that. Basically said, this big game, got to go with the horses that got you here. And I'm okay with that. Dvorsky got his game. Now let him sit in the press box and watch for a game or two. I'm okay with that, especially with this game and the next one. Like the next one against Colorado, these are two playoff teams. You can't afford him making a mistake. Everybody makes mistakes. Rookies make them more often. So you can't afford that right now. Right? This is the Canadians, the La Habitants are a playoff team. Yeah. Actually, I don't think he falls under that. I think his year got burned already. I think that I don't think we get the free year with him. I could be wrong, but I don't think we get it because of him being down there. Well, the playoffs don't count. Oh, you might be right. That's right. Trashville, and then Saturday in against the Avalanche. Yeah, but he played professional in Europe, and that might have burned it. I could be wrong, but it may have. Right? I could be wrong, but it may have. Right? Here we go. Thomas, Bolduc, and Neighbors. Bushnevich is still out, and they say it's not related to the concussion. I don't know. To the hit he took. Shin, Cairo, and Holloway. Sundquist, Joseph, and Texier. The WTF line, Fosco, Walker, and Torpachenko. Letty and Fowler with Pareko skating today. Okay, then, I'll trust you there, Matt Lowe. I may have to look it up myself. Pronger, the Prong Master. Right? Oh, yeah, I parted. And again, that felt good. Needed to get that out. I didn't realize Lane was on Montreal. I mean, they've had a good season. Even if they missed the playoffs, they've had a good season. Right? I'm Montreal. The Blues have had a good season too. Oh man, I don't know. I honestly don't know how long I'm going, guys. If I'm only going to get 3 or 4 people watch, I just may not do it today. I'm just honest. I'm beat. I'm spent. I've lost more now than I've gained from the show. Aaron, I agree with you. Okay, I'll have to look at that, Matt Lowe. Send me the link. Send me the link, bud. Shockman was here. Oh, I agree. Shock, I absolutely agree. I think that the fact that we are playing meaningful games this year, and we're there for Ducko eating a hot dog. I love it. I actually might get to go to the IndyCar race. in St. Louis this year. I really think I will. It's in September, and I'm pretty sure. I think it's in September, right? Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought it was in September. Oh, no, it's June 15th. Okay, never mind. There's one in September. Oh, the NASCAR race is in September. NASCAR race is the one I might get to see. I probably will watch the Indy 500 this year. I'm trying to get rid of some stuff on my thing, on my browser, get it down to a more usable level so I can work with you guys and talk to you guys and all of that. Okay, that I get it now. Okay, you win. You win, bud. I was wrong. Ta-da! I don't know what to talk about, man. I don't know. I don't know anymore. I don't know. My stomach's doing jumpies dumps on me today. That's going to make it even worse. Gonna make it worse. Looking back at it now, in 2006, when the Blues had the number 1 overall pick, right? Would you have wanted Tays? Would you have wanted Jonathan Tays? Right? Let's go. These are the guys. So they redrafted it, and I'm going to read the guys that in the redraft, and this was a couple of years ago. So Eric Johnson, the guy we took, ended up being number 1. They at 12. So these are all the guys in that draft that they feel were better than. Hey Sam, how you doing, bud? But Dvorsky being up here, practice the learning in the press box and the units is more important, I think, than going back to Springfield and getting Woody. I agree, Matt Lowe. I think it's good for him, right? So these are all the guys that we could have had before Brad Johnson, right? Jonathan Tays, Nicholas Backstrom, Claude Giroux, Brad Marchand, Phil Kessel, Jordan Stahl, Brian Little, Milan Lukic, Jeff Petey, Kyle Pesco, Nick Fogelino. Those are the guys that were drafted, and they have Eric Johnson at 12, right? So with those guys, which ones would you want over hindsight being 2020? Who would you want over Johnson? I wouldn't want Tays. Tays is kind of a dick, right? Great player, but kind of a dick. I don't think he would have fit in with the Blues. Backstrom, absolutely. Absolutely. Giroux, yeah. Marchand, no, he would have never fit in. Yeah. Kessel, maybe. Kessel was just a durable player. I mean, that's all. Jordan Stahl, that's a maybe. Brian Little, don't know enough about him to say anything. Probably not. Milan Lukic, probably not. Jeff Petey, probably not. Opesco, maybe. Fogelino, maybe. Those are the guys. Hey, Sister JJ. How's it going, man? Hey, big thank you to Bill Bacon, Aaron Nels, and Christina Bunch. EJ did get hurt. Couldn't imagine Tays playing for the Blues, probably just because I've hated him. The thing is, I think that if he comes here instead, yeah, the crash test dummy on the golf cart thing did hurt him. I admit that. You know. But the thing with Tays is the way he played in Chicago, would that have translated here? And I don't think it would have. I don't think we keep him as, I think he goes quicker than Johnson did. And remember, Johnson left because of the golf cart thing, right? So I'm not as, yeah, and so that's why I don't think so. Oh, Jansen had something to do with that. I don't remember that. I was still in the Navy before. Priced himself out. I don't know about that, but I just think his style of play wouldn't have translated here. Right? I really don't. Oh, I kind of do too, Matt Lowe. I do too. And I think you may be right. I think you may be right. I really do, Chris. I think you may be right. Okay. I'm just ready for game time. Right? That's it right now. I'm just ready for game time. Let the game begin. That's how I feel right now. Just let the game begin. Right? I just want the game to start. No. Oh, hold on. Yeah, okay. I was going to try and do something I can't. Okay. It's on regular TV, Jeff. Hey, Sam, congratulations on your oldest. Hi, Wendy. How you doing, bud? Let me try something here real quick. Jeff, it's on Victory, the Victory app, or regular TV, right? So that's how you watch it. I'm not sure what channel it's on. I mean, if somebody knows out there, let me know. Yeah, every game matters. You're absolutely right. Thank you, Sam. I appreciate that. Hey, Wendy, how you doing? Ooh. Right. Oh, I seen something today. I think it was from Cork or whatever. St. Louis has Monty playing against St. Louis in St. Louis against Monty and Bennington or something like that, man. It was really kind of neat. Right? That the way they did it. Because remember, their coaches, St. Louis, you know, the ESPN Plus is only if you are not in St. Louis. If you're in St. Louis, you need the Victory Plus app or the Matrix Midwest. Right? Calgary plays today, if I'm correct. No, they're just testing the Victory thing, right? They're still on FanDuel. I've tried. Well, I don't need to do it here, but yeah, you could. You could. Some of those apps don't work with. If you have a VPN on, it doesn't work. Like I know for a fact that TikTok will not work on a VPN. Are any of them on? Jeff, you're in the St. Louis viewing area though. That's the problem. So you can't see it on ESPN Plus. You can download the Victory app, right? The Victory Plus app to watch the game in the St. Louis area, and it's free. I think it is. Dude, I send the note. I mean, I don't know if you get it or anything. Columbia, yeah. So you're in the St. Louis viewing area. So you may have to the Victory Plus app, and it is free. It's free for now. So, but they're just testing it. I don't know if they're going to go to it straight. They may. I kind of hope not, but they may. Well, Aaron, the St. Louis viewing area is pretty long. I mean, it goes down to Springfield. It goes into Arkansas, Illinois. I don't think it hits Indiana, but I know it goes like up to Springfield, right? It goes to Kansas City. It covers almost all of Missouri, right? Like in Kansas City, you can't watch it on ESPN Plus, right? They did some pre-games on Victory Plus. They're doing the pregame now. I mean, they're getting there. Right, there you go. Oh, it does hit Indiana? Okay. Wasn't sure. I knew it went out that way. But I know the Blackhawks come down to about Springfield. Springfield's kind of the line. I thought Bloomington should be, but I think Springfield's kind of the line. Right? 7 people watching. Thank you. Jason Nichols, Aaron Coulter, thank you. I appreciate it, man. I'm just ready for the game. There you go. Jeff found it. K-Miz, KMIZ. All right. You know, one of the guys that they had in there, the guy they had 3rd overall, or 4th overall was Marchand. And I would never want Marchand to play on my team. I don't know what I did, but I appreciate it. Right? Tonight for the Blues, it's we know what we're doing. Let's just keep doing it. No, I don't think they're on a losing streak. I could be wrong. Let me look here real quick. They're not on a losing streak. They're in the last. They lost 2 in OT, but that's not a losing streak. That's points, right? In the last 5, they're 2-0-3. Last 10, they're 5-1-4. We're 5-0-0 and 8-1-1 in the last 10. So, no, they do not. No, they do not. They are close, but they do not. I thought they did because I made a mathematical error. The margin is 6, right? Calgary has 6 points in hand. The Blues are only 4 points up. So if they win all 3 of those games in hand and match the Blues, they get the wild card spot. So we don't control our destiny yet. However, we're 1 Calgary loss away because I think we hold the tiebreaker over Calgary. I could be wrong, but I think we do. Right? So that's something to keep in, and I've talked about it for a while. Now, if we win a game that they lose, that clears us. So that's what's important. We have some tiebreakers over them. I do know that. right? I looked at it earlier. We have tiebreakers over them. Let me see here real quick. Holloway was third star of the week. I can't believe Kyrou, when he scored the 7 goals in 3 games, didn't get star of the week. I don't think he did, but that kind of like surprised me. Okay, so here we go. The Blues are 37, 28, and 7. Calgary is 33, 25, and 11 for 70 with the 3 games in hand. Now, the regulation wins, the Blues have 27, Calgary has 26. Now, I think here we go. Tie-breaking procedure. Fewer number. Okay. The greater number of games won, excluding games in overtime or by a shoot, regulation win. So the regulation win right now, they could get ahead of us, right? Regulation wins, they might get the tiebreaker over us. I always thought it started with head-to-head, right? Games against each other. Total wins, I figured in the W column. So right now, we're 2 games behind. They have the tiebreaker on us. I thought we did. I was wrong. I think the Blues can only lose 3 the rest of the way. No, well, they got them as long as what's important is not it's Calgary, matching Calgary, right? And hoping that they lose 2 of those games. So Steen, yeah, I seen that. I heard that. That was pretty neat. That was pretty neat that they did that. I'm getting my money. Maybe this is why you need the 3-2-1 bad team Calgary. No. Let's go back. Regulation win is the first tiebreaker. Okay, Matt Lowe. Regulation win is the first tiebreaker. Yeah, it is. So hold on. Okay. So here we go, Matt Lowe. Actually, I may have to do it this way. Here we go. Yeah, Dwindy, you can jump in. So look here. Regular wins is 37-33. That's fine. That's good for us. Where we get in trouble is here. We have 27 regulation wins. They have 26. If they get another 2 regulation wins ahead of us, 1 regulation win ahead of us, so if they go to 28, right, then they will have the tiebreaker. If that's even, then we go to row, and row, we're ahead, right? Row, we are ahead. We stay ahead in row. And then from there, it goes to overall wins, and we stay ahead. So that's the thing. Okay, Win, I will send you a new link, bud. Let me find my X. I don't know where my X is. Here it is. And don't know why the link's not working. Is what it is. Got to do what you got to do. There you go, Wendy. I just sent you the link, buddy. No, Minnesota's in good shape. I don't think. I mean, they're 4 points clear with games in hand. I think they're fine. I think Minnesota's fine. I really do. Right? I mean, Vancouver's 6 points back of them. I think they're fine. Right? Before this streak sometime, A person bet 1K on the Blues to win the cup. Payout. Yeah, I heard about something like that. Right? I heard about something like that. What do you mean that's the overtime? Yeah, but I'm just okay with that. I mean, we have 7 of them, so they only have 4 more than us, right? I mean, you can't. You're discounting one. Why not the other, bud? Hey, Wendy,
What's up?
how you doing, my friend? So I got it. First of all, I got 2 things to say to you. First is thank you. I appreciate what you did sending me the maroon stuff. That was pretty cool. That was classy on your part. So thank you.
No problem.
Second, we talked about, I kind of threw some shade at you saying, I guess the blue, the Blues are way past what you thought their point total was going to be. And you responded, they gained a lot from the coaching change. And at the time, I just kind of sat back and said, give me a sec.
Which I think is true.
Okay, it is true. The problem with that statement, though, is when we talked about the issues with the Blues, coaching never came into it. You never felt like coaching was an issue. So to say that they got the bump, so they got the bump from the coaching, that's fine. I get that. But to say to take that away from the fact that you missed a point so bad, that's where I'm kind of off a little bit. You know what I'm saying? If you would have said back then, I think coaching is an issue, then I get it. But we didn't.
I mean, in my season preview, I said I think St. Louis has issues, and one of their issues is coaching. So
okay,
I said it in my own preview.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
I honestly thought they didn't do the right thing in the offseason last year to go after a veteran head coach. When Montgomery came available, they came calling and got him immediately. The Hawks should have been on the phone immediately to get him, but
he wasn't going to the Hawks. He wasn't going to the Hawks.
I'm just saying the Hawks should have been a team that should have been all over him.
I get that, but he wasn't going. I'm just saying he wasn't going there. He lives in St. Louis, right? He was going to. In fact, the only reason that Bannister got extended was the fact that Montgomery didn't lose his job in Boston. They were waiting on that. The talk was if they had another first-round knockoff, Montgomery was gone. I actually think what the Blues should have done right then and there is ask Boston for permission to talk to Montgomery.
They probably
as soon as the season was over. I don't think they did.
They should have, but they didn't. And
because I would have given up a first-round pick for Montgomery.
I don't think. Has there ever been a time where NHL head coach been traded?
Yes.
When?
God, people are gonna. I'll think of it here in a second. Fucking the scourge of St. Louis. What was his name? He won the cup with the Rangers.
Keenan,
yeah. When he left St. Louis, when he came to St. Louis had to send draft picks because he was still under contract with the Rangers.
Okay, but is there something
it's not a trade per se, but it's an understanding. Like if the coach is still under contract, you have to compensate the team for losing the coach.
I mean, it's kind of similar to if a coach is fired, they're still under contract with the team.
They are, but at that point, they're not designated to the team. They're getting paid by the team until they get another job. Once they get another job, that contract ceases, right? They don't have to pay him anymore. That's why a lot of coaches don't get a job right away because they're not going to get a job paying more than they're getting paid to sit on their ass, right? So, Mongo. No, I think it was Monty. Right? So but I do know, and I'm almost dead certain on that Keenan thing, right? I'm almost dead certain that on that Keenan thing. I mean, like 99.99% sure, right? That's what had to happen. See, I'm looking at. I have the Blues page up on Wikipedia. I know there was something in him. My was before the abbreviated with the hopes that he could in the postseason Blues. Made a change. No, it doesn't say in here, but I know for a fact that we had to send something to. We sent draft picks to the Rangers.
Okay.
Right, I'm like dead certain of that.
Now, do you know that Pat Maroon is now wearing the A in Chicago?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, on Sunday, since Alec Martinez was injured in St. Louis, he was wearing the A. They gave Maroon the A the next day.
That was pretty cool. I mean, you got look. Pat Maroon in a Blackhawks jersey didn't work for me. However, you got to say what St. Louis did was absolutely pure class.
Yeah, they did the right thing, and I said St. Louis did the right thing in how they honored Maroon in the game and after the game. The Hawks made it. He announced his retirement during warm-ups.
Yeah,
that's when the announcement
came out. Yes.
And then later in the game, I was watching the Chicago broadcast, not the St. Louis broadcast, luckily. Yeah. And I'm in the St. Louis viewing network.
Yeah, I know.
The way I was able to do it, I threw my VPN on, threw it on ESPN Plus, and watched the Chicago broadcast. And Pang even said during the broadcast that he kind of figured Pat was retiring because the night before when they got into St. Louis, Pat took the entire team out to the Hill where his brother-in-law, I believe, has a restaurant on the Hill.
Charlie Guito's.
Okay.
Right? He's married into the Guito family.
Okay. I didn't know. I was wondering what restaurant it was.
That's the home of toasted raviolis, and the game's on, by the way.
Okay.
That's one of the restaurants that claims to have invented toasted raviolis. There's like 2 or 3 different restaurants that claim, and I think Charlie Guito's was one of them. Guito's was in a little bit. So when the owner died a couple of years ago, they've been in a little bit of there we go. A little bit of, what do you call it? What's that? Probate. With the will in that.
Yeah.
But I think that something got worked out so the restaurant could continue, because I know it got closed for a little bit.
Okay.
Right. What the hell was Washington thinking on Chicherin? I'm not sure, Shock. Wendy, can you help me here?
The Chicherin contract is a great contract for Washington.
You think what contract did he sign? I don't know. I'm being honest.
8x9.
Here we go. So I was right. They traded a promising prospect in Peter Nedved. Keenan paid $400,000 among other fines. Yeah.
Peter Nedved never really panned out. He played for the Rangers for a long time.
Yeah.
But he really never panned out.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but see, that's going to show you that if you take a coach that's under contract, there's compensation that has to come out.
Yeah.
Right.
But yeah, the Chickering contract that the Capitals signed today, I have no problem with it.
Right.
He's having, I get is a career season, probably should be in the conversation for Norris.
Yeah.
But my pick for Norris this year is Zach Werenski of the Columbus Blue Jackets.
If he doesn't get injured, he doesn't come in the top 3, but he's in the top 5. Parayko would be in the top 5 of the Norris, huh?
1 second.
If he doesn't get injured. We need to be right back. It's 9 mil, got 43 points this year with 18 goals and 20 think. I think a lot of people bitching about it, but I see Broberg signing something similar. Maybe. Well, defensemen are different. You know, you can't really look at points as much with defensemen. You know, there's a few of them that, you know, there's your ones that are offensive minded, but more or less, you got to look at defensemen differently. I for me, it's time on ice and it's plus minus in a way. Ooh, another good shot. Right.
I might be
the contract was $9 million. He's got 43 points this year with 18 goals and 26 assists, I think, and that's fine. I think the thing with defensemen is you have to look at defensemen differently. There are, well, no, I don't think it raises the bar as much as people think. If you got who's the dude in fucking the Avalanche, the defenseman there, Makar. Kel Makar is not your prototypical defenseman. He's actually a forward that plays defense. So yeah, he's going to get a forward contract, but defensemen are going to get defensive contracts and paid for their defensive work. I think most teams, if I was a general manager and a agent came to me and said, well, Makar's here, my guy's here, so our contract should be the same difference, I'd said, nope. You score the points, then yeah, but you don't have you got to look at that contract differently, I think.
I will say this, the Capitals are getting a good contract with Jacob Chychrun. I've always liked Chychrun's game. He's been known to get injured quite a bit, but this year, going to the Capitals, a legit Stanley Cup contending team, has proven to become a number one defenseman. The teams he's always played for were the Arizona Coyotes and Ottawa Senators.
Yeah.
Both teams who in recent years historically were terrible. Now that he's on a team that actually can produce defensively, offensively, and in net, Chychrun's in the best position possible. Also, the Capitals.
Do you see the Caps going into a rebuild like in 1 or 2 years?
No.
As soon as Backstrom and Ovi are going to both retire really soon.
Backstrom's already retired. He's on
he did retire?
He's basically a career LTIR at this point.
Okay.
He hasn't played in 2 years.
Okay.
Ovechkin will, when he retires, they might take a fall back. But the thing with Washington in the last few years, they've been loading up on prospects and developing them down in the AHL with the Hershey Bears. And they're starting to come up into the team within this year and next year. Washington has a good system going for themselves.
Okay, fair enough. And it's a fair question. What I asked was a fair question.
Oh, yeah. I was just saying what I know with the Capitals.
Yeah, I was saying what Sharon was 26, not 26 assists, but he has 25 assists. So close enough. I get what you were saying. Oh, Blues are buzzing on this game. 3 shots already. Montreal's got none. The Blues are the hottest team in the league right now. You cannot, close to the hottest team. There's a couple teams that are 9-1-1, or 9-1, or 9-1-0, or 9-0-1. But for the most part, the Blues are playing some of the best hockey we've seen in a long time, right? The Caps and the Hurricanes are both 9-1-0. Blues are 8-1-1, and I think there's one other team. The Avalanche are 8-1-1.
Montreal's not playing great hockey as of late. They are in a playoff spot.
Who? Montreal?
Yeah, Montreal's in a playoff spot.
Yeah, but I was looking at that. Their last 10, they're 5-4-1 or something like that.
They're still playing good hockey. The teams that they've been playing against have been.
Yeah, they're 5-1-4. 5-1-4.
Yeah. They're playing good hockey.
Yeah, they're playing decent hockey. Yeah. I mean, this game and the game on Saturday are big tests for the Blues.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Who do you guys have on Saturday?
The Avalanche.
Okay, yeah.
We got the Preds in Nashville, and then we play the Avalanche.
the Nashville game should be an easy game for you
Yeah,
guys.
we've pretty much we beat them three of the three games we played so far this year, and pretty much dominated them. Oh, and this little throw on net, but no one there. Good rebound. So are the Blues there, Wendy? Can't credit them and not credit the Blues. He's saying, credit in Montreal, you'd have to credit the Blues too.
Yeah, I nodded my head. Yeah, they are.
Right.
Montreal's playing good hockey as well. This
Yeah.
should be a good game for you guys to play.
Oh, I agree, and it's one of those games that you kind of want. You this is a test game,
Mhm.
right? I'm not sure what you're going with there, Matt. For me, this is one of those games where the Blues really need. Look, getting the playoffs. I don't think they're making noise. I think they lose to the Jets 4-1.
Yeah,
Maybe,
I can't see
maybe 4-2, but I see 4-1.
I can't see when St. Louis beating Winnipeg in a series unless you get playoff Hellebuck. Then St. Louis probably wins.
Well, playoff Hellebuck and playoff Bennington,
Mm-hmm.
right? But right now they are playing Hofer and Bennington 1A 1B.
Okay.
Right? They're 1A 1B, and it's not 2-1, it's almost 1-1. Now, I think that's smart in the last 10 games with both playing as well as they are.
Mm-hmm.
I've always felt Bennington, for me, you look at his numbers and you go, man, that guy's not as good as everybody says he is. But it's the eye test and the smell test. Bennington passes the eye test and the smell test more than any other goalie, I think, in the league right now. Does that make sense? Do you understand what I'm saying there?
I think so.
So when you look at Bennington play, you don't see his numbers. You see a guy playing better than his numbers. And I mean way better than his numbers. Like, I think he's playing at a 2.2 and a 940. Though that's not what his numbers are. Right? And he's been playing like that since December almost. Yeah, you have your bad game here and there. But for the most part, he's been playing like that for a while. I mean, come on. He's the number. You look at all the goalies in the league, and he's the number one goalie for Canada. With his numbers, what are you missing, right? It's the eye test and the smell test, right? For me, that is the more important than numbers all day long. Hofer, I look at Hofer and I say, yeah, you show me his numbers and I'll tell you that's exactly what he's playing, right? He's playing at his numbers. Mrazek was playing above his numbers, not as much as Bennington, but slightly above his numbers. Team around him.
It wasn't until, I will say with Mrazek, he was not playing above his numbers. He was actually playing far below his numbers. After he got injured, he came back way too early, and I believe it was the second game back from injury was the Winter Classic, and he played terrible from the game back from injury up to getting traded on deadline day, and frankly, I'm okay with it. I liked Peter Mrazek, but he's no longer with the Hawks.
I don't think LA beats Edmonton first round. I don't.
I can't see if LA plays Edmonton beats them.
I mean, he's saying if LA gets home, yeah. If it goes 7, I could see that, but I don't think it goes 7. I think it goes 6.
I don't like that matchup for LA. LA needs to find a way to win that division. If they get Calgary or Vancouver, it's going to be a sweep or a 5-game series. I could see that with Calgary. I think would go 6, and it has nothing. Look, that's an eye test game for me, right? Because
numbers wise, yeah, you would look at Winnipeg and go, they're that much better than Calgary. But you got to look at the smell test of what that is, that rivalry between those two teams. That's going to give you a win. That's going to give you a win you didn't count on.
There's not really a rivalry between the Jets and Flames. I know that.
I think it's just the Canadian rivalry, the fact that they're two Canadian teams, right? I think that plays into it. And the whiteout, and then you have what the Flames do with the red, right? Yeah, I just think that plays into it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I like Calgary. I kind of hope they make the playoffs, to be quite honest. They're just
Are you being a Blues hater there?
Well, I do hate St. Louis, but I do like Calgary. But I just don't know if they make it into the playoffs, how they'll perform, because they were supposed to be in a rebuild this year. I will say this: I had the Calgary Flames dead last in the National Hockey League at the beginning of the year.
Wow, I thought you had the Blues dead last.
No, I had Calgary.
Right.
And
that helps them in the playoffs. That helps them. In the playoffs, that helps them.
And with how Dustin Wolf has played in net,
yeah,
I really like Wolf for the Flames. And that could be in my opinion, he should be the Calder Trophy winner this year. He's basically carried the Flames to a potential playoff berth.
I could see that. I could. Looks like a penalty's coming. Yeah, Montreal in the box. Wi-Fi. I have no clue how to say his name.
Jack Guy.
Jack Guy. What is his name?
There's two Jack Guys. I know they're both for Montreal.
Are they Russian? No, it's not Russian. It's
they're Canadian.
Canadian, yeah, it's not French, that's for sure. 11 minutes in, and they haven't given a shot up. All right, Scary. You think Winnipeg wants to play the surging? That's Scary. You think the Winnipegs want to play the surging?
They're from Hamilton.
Huh?
They're from Hamilton.
Hamilton. Yeah, but what's their ethnicity? That's what I'm asking. Right? Go on their Wikipedia page and see what their ethnicity is. I'd almost say they got it. Huh? Check? Check? Okay. They might be... They might have some Arab in them. Right? So with that name.
They are... just had it.
You know, I think they're playing really well right now. Montreal doesn't have their game. And just because we don't have a goal yet, some goalies play well. You know, they've got Montague is a good goalie, right? So I'm not worried about that right now. And they've had a couple of solid chances. Right? I still like Wi-Fi as a nickname. I think that's the best nickname in the league right now. Right?
Mm-hmm. By the way, if I have an opportunity, I'm going to try and get Pat Maroon to try and sign this thing.
Oh, that'd be cool. Yeah.
Because he may have scored his final goal of his career in this game. Because he doesn't score much, and he scored in that night, so I think he has enough. That could have been his last goal.
He's not going to play much going down the stretch, I don't think.
No, he. From what it looks like, he's playing the rest of the season.
Okay.
Unless the Hawks end up signing some of our NCAA players after they're done.
Yeah.
But I really think he will be playing fourth line minutes the rest of the season.
Okay, I mean, I got no issue with that either way. I got no issue either way.
I might
Right?
buy a
Guy
Matt
had a-
Maroon
Guy
Hawks.
had a great career. I actually think that he could have done the 2 years and gotten 1,000 games.
Mhm.
Right? I think he's got like 880, so he needed to play two full seasons.
No, he's up to 920 or something.
No, I don't. It's in the 800s. I know that because I remember him saying it at the thing. I don't have.
I got it.
Yeah, you got it. It's like 880 or 860, something like that. I think he would need 2 full years.
841 actually.
841. So it'd mean a little more than 2 full years. At that point, I can see the retirement. If he was closer to 900, right? Like he was in the 880s, where you got 160 games in 2 years, 164 games in 2 years, and you could go to a lower level team where you're going to play no matter what.
Mhm.
You're playing to get the games. You're not playing for numbers at the win.
Yeah.
But at that point, you're not playing. I'm not playing for the league minimum either.
I mean, he's not. If I remember, his contract was the Hawks ended up overpaying him this year.
It's not much more than $1 million.
I
I would almost guarantee that it's not much more than $1 million.
I know we overpaid the veteran free agents we signed this year. He's making $1.3 million.
Yeah, see, I knew it wasn't much over. But see, if like what I'm talking about for me, you've got to get 2.5 for 2 years per year. You got to get 5 for 2 years. And I don't know if a team would pay him that.
Yeah, I can't see that.
Right. But if you're going to a team, if you're going to Columbus, San Jose, Anaheim, who else is a bottom feeder down there? The one team that I think that he could go to and he would fit and maybe get the 2.5, that's a bottom team now that may not be a bottom team in the 2 years. You know what I'm talking about?
Anaheim?
No, not Anaheim. Got to think about this for a second. Think about his game and think about a team that kind of plays his game.
Well, it's us, because we have to pay $64 million this year in free agency.
Yeah, but you had to get over the floor. That was your problem.
Now we're in a position where going into this offseason, they're going to have $64 million in salary cap space to play with.
Yeah, and you've got to overpay to get over the floor.
Which,
that's your issue.
I mean, it's okay right now because if we might not have to overpay for some players because they might end up doing the extension for Spencer Knight, they have to keep in mind for the extensions coming up for like Knight, Bedard, Nazer, Korchinski, Lashunov when he's ready. But the Hawks have players they're going to have to sign in their system. The older guys on the team, they're just going to be walking free agents.
If Maroon could get the 2.5 for 2 years from a team and get the guarantee that they were going to play him unless he was hurt, so he could reach the 1,000 game mark. That was the goal, right? So you need 160, and I think he's way more. Well, he's right in that 160 range. You said 840?
Yeah.
So he's right in that 160 range. I think you need to be a little closer to cover for injury. But I think there's one team out there, and I'm asking you guys watching, what team out there matches Maroon's style that might possibly pay him the 2.5, that in 2 years, he could be going for another ring?
Or thinking San Jose. I don't think it's San Jose at all.
Not San Jose. Brendan Donovan. I love the Cardinal net. I've been to a couple of them. Not St. Louis. No, not St. Louis. Not the Stars. Guys got to think. Got to think outside the box a little bit.
Philadelphia.
No, you're think of a team that's not doing well this year that has the potential in 2 years to be really good.
Trashville.
Trashville.
I can't see it because that team's so old. They are not going anywhere. Barry Trotz is a terrible GM.
I actually think that next year that team's going to gel. You have two. I get you are older, but you have too much talent on that team to not work.
They have too much talent. They don't have a good coach. They have a terrible GM. And I just can't see the Nashville Predators in contention for anything in coming years. With how they went on ice this year, I had them pegged to win the division this year.
You ain't the only one. I did too.
And I thought, okay, with their acquisitions, they should be the division winners this year.
Yeah.
But
they never gelled.
They suck. They frankly suck. They have a terrible offense.
They never gelled except the power play. Right?
Not even their power play. Their power play is not even that good.
Okay. I thought they had a pretty decent power play. Maybe I was wrong. But
that team sucks. They should have kept Askarov.
I think that's what happens with them is they had so many this season. They dealt with too many Chiefs and not enough Indians that next year next year they're going to some of the Chiefs are going to become Indians and the Chiefs are going to become the Chiefs. Right? I really think that's going to happen. I also think I don't think Trotz is as bad as you think he is. I think Trotz is going to get some younger talent in there, but at the same time, these guys are going to figure it out. There's too much talent not to. Right?
I'm just saying this.
It's the Chicago Bulls of the 90s. Right? They had so much talent. They were going to win sooner or later. Right? It was going to come together. You brought Rodman in there. You brought Rodman in there with that attitude, and it worked because there was a personality bigger than him.
I mean,
I don't think that
Bulls
they
of
have.
The 90s are never going to be a good example for a team in hockey because the Bulls of the 90s, they won 6 out of the 9 years in the 90s.
Yeah,
they only missed. They did not compete. They could have competed for the championship the 2 years that Jordan left the NBA, even though he was pretty much suspended.
Why for the gambling?
Yes, he
was that like a non-suspension?
Yes, he retired to play baseball, but a lot of the reports are he retired, but he was suspended.
Yeah,
but the NBA, that you really can't compare a team like the Jordan Bulls to a team like the Nashville Predators. The Nashville Predators may have Steven Stamkos, Jonathan Marchessault, Roman Yoshi, and
Brian O'Reilly.
Charos. The team is not they're an old roster, and they aren't getting younger. They should have kept Askarov and not signed.
I agree with that.
They should never have signed Saros to the contract they gave him. They should not have gone after and got two of the two big free agents in the offseason in Stamkos and Marchessault.
3. You're missing one. They made another free agent mistake.
Which other? If you're saying O'Reilly, he signed there 2 years
not
ago.
O'Reilly. O'Reilly was from before. They made another free agent signing that screwed them over. That when they made it, I was like, I'm kind of mad about this one.
Brady Shea?
Nope. The guy is no longer on the team.
Shin?
No. Kyrou! Open it up. Open the scoring. Wedgwood.
That
was that Wedge trying to putting Wedgwood in there over Ashcroft was a huge mistake. They ended up trading him away, and then they trade Ashcroft away. And I think I think that's the biggest missteps that they made right there. I think in goaltending, they really set themselves up wrong. Ashcroft should have absolutely been the backup to begin the season.
He should have. And Ashcroft was angry. Ashcroft was angry at Barry Trotz for signing UC Saros to the 8-year deal he did. That means Ashcroft was never going to be the starting goaltender of the Nashville Predators with Saros signing an 8-year contract. That's when when Ashcroft demanded, trade me right fucking now, like the freaking goalie from Slapshot.
Yep.
And then they went and got Wedgwood to back up because Ashcroft was going to get traded no matter what.
I got a question to ask you, Wendy, with this comment right here. Tied at 1. Remember the show we did at Vitaly's Hideaway? You, me, and Lance?
A little bit, yeah.
What was when I talked about the 5 areas of hockey and what my concerns were? You remember that?
I can't remember what you said at this point.
Okay. I talked about that's a deflected shot. See, I know that's the thing. A lot of people will look at that and they blame Bennington for that goal. That's a deflected goal. A lot of his goals, the majority of his goals are deflections.
Redirected goals are harder to save. That's how it is.
Redirected goals. They're backdoor goals. They're things that the goalie has no control of. Mm-hmm. I'd say that his, the amount of, oh my goodness, that was on him is a lot lower than people think. Right? And you saw it in the Four Nations, right? When the team made a mistake and let him hung out to dry, he did his best, but still, right? I still think the U.S. should have won that Four Nation tournament.
If the U.S. didn't have the injuries they did, they probably would have won the tournament. But they had the injuries, and it just couldn't match the what Canada had.
Man, tempers are flaring early. I like Walker, man. I didn't think Walker was going to stick around. I didn't think they'd re-sign him, but the 2 years he's outplaying his contract. And I know he's only making a little over $1 million, but he's absolutely outplaying that contract. Right? You don't have to put numbers up for me to think that you're outplaying that contract. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Do you disagree with me on that, or?
I haven't seen a lot of Walker play other than the game this past Saturday.
Yeah. Walker's making $775. That guy's playing at $1.5 million, easy.
Okay.
Easy. $1.5 million. He's playing at $1.5 million, easy. Right? What he does for the team, he's playing at $1.5 million. There we go. Broberg. 4 seconds. Now this game just ended. Oh, I did. I admit that, John. I didn't think they'd re-sign him. I did not think they'd re-sign him. And they surprised me. And he's come out and he's more than earned his paycheck and then some. Right? He is at 775, he is a value. He is a huge value.
Mm-hmm.
The Blue season is scoring and all the intangibles. Boberg, yep. I was literally going to say we're getting so many shots of a few deflections will win. Wow, yeah. Holloway tipped that in. Okay. The offer sheet boys, I like that. Do you think that is going to open up more offer sheets?
Yes.
Do
I'm going to say this. I think the Hawks do throw some offer sheets out this offseason.
I've always said this. I think because I've heard this from I've heard some interviews. A lot of players have talked about where teams have come to them and saying, "Hey, we're thinking about giving you an offer sheet for this much. Would you sign it?" And then that player's agent takes that to the team and says, "Hey, we've got this coming. Can you match it? And we don't have to sign it, and it doesn't have to get out in the press." And I think that happens a lot. I think that happens a lot more. Thing is, Edmonton fucked this up. Edmonton fucked up, but they couldn't. They had no room.
They had zero cap space.
Yeah, they've spent so much money that they're. My only issue with this, and I said this from the beginning, was that giving them a player and a pick so they wouldn't match when they weren't going to match anyways. Right? That is the one thing that I kind of struggled with. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Wendy, you can't lie. I know you're a Blackhawk fan, but this shit is cool. In general, a fan of the NHL. Everyone loves a comeback. And if you were in the wild card and we weren't, I'd be root for you. Secretly maybe, but I'm not gonna say it. I'll be honest. The 3 cups the Blackhawks won, I rooted against them on all 3 of them. Just like you rooted against the Blues in 19, no matter how big that cup was. Am I right?
Yeah, I was wearing original 6 stuff in 2019 because it had a Hawks logo and it had a Bruins logo on it.
They are. We actually, Erickson, we talked about this when he first came on. On his show, he had mentioned a coaching issue, but when on my show, he didn't. So I kind of called him out for it. But fair enough. He did bring it up on his pregame. The Montgomery effect is huge. The Montgomery effect is plain huge. Right? And not only that, the 4 Nation break helped this team a lot. And I think, by the way, you remember saying that, they weren't going to do the 4 Nations again. They are talking about doing it and doing what I talked about, like a rotation.
But they're also talking about getting rid of the All-Star game. So,
oh no, they're putting the All-Star game in the rotation, but changing it.
Yeah, just to a skills competition or in a prospect showcase type of game. Because the All-Star game sucks. It will always suck. No one competes for it. It's a complete joke. I can't see the All-Star game actually returning. And I think it's just going to be down to a skills competition weekend. And then they go to World Cup of Hockey and Olympics. That's how I think it's going to happen.
Well, I think you need to put a 4th one in there.
I don't think so.
No, you do, because the Olympics are every 4 years. You've got to have something, because you don't want to overplay something. So World Cup, and the problem is the World Cup and the 4 Nations tournament are close to the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So this is the way I would do it. 4 Nation they did this year. Olympics is next year, right?
Yeah, Olympics is next year.
The year after that, do the World Cup. And then in that off year, right? The year after, do some type of All-Star game. Right?
Well, they also are doing All-Star game next year with the Olympics. So
okay, they are going to do one?
Yeah.
Usually they take the 2-week break and don't do it.
Yeah, they're going from the All-Star game to the Olympics. That's how it's going to happen.
Well, that means any player that's going to the Olympics won't be in the All-Star game, so the All-Star game will suck.
Yeah. That's why they might make it just a skills competition and then call it.
Here's how I would do the All-Star game. I'd turn it into an All-Star tournament.
They already do that. It sucks.
No. I'm talking, you have your 4 teams. You stay 3-on-3, but you increase rosters to what they're I think they're 11 now, increase them to 15. Right? So 15 players from each team, each division, and then play it. You do a 3-on-3, 20 minutes. You do a round robin. You play 9 games over 3 days. 9 20-minute games over 3 days. You do a round robin. You do 1, 2, 3. So when you have 4 teams, you need to do what? 3 games or 6 games, right? How many games do you have to do a round robin with 4 teams?
6.
6 games. So you do 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then the next day. So you do it over 4 days. You do it over 4 days. You have the first 2 days. You have the day 1, day 2 is 3 games, 3 games. So one team is playing 2 games on each day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Teams are playing 2 games on each day. Somebody's playing 2 games on each day, and you can adjust that. And then the 4, based on that, you have 1 and 2 play and 3 and 4 play, right? Or better yet, you have 1 play 4, 2 play 3, and then you play the 3rd game with the winners. And you have like a concert or something in between there, some break, and you do it over 4 days. Now that the players would get up for. That's a tournament style. And you can adjust some things down. You're not going to get the hitting, and I get that. You're not going to get it. But you can make it exciting.
I don't think you can still. I really think the All-Star game is a complete... At this point, it's a thing that doesn't even need to exist anymore. Anyone can watch any game anytime. So, like, for instance, if I want to go watch the Edmonton Oilers,
Yeah,
you could go put it on ESPN Plus and watch the Edmonton Oilers to see Connor McDavid play. The All-Star game originally, when it really started becoming a tradition, it really was made for fans to be able to see more of the star players playing at once. Unlike
the one thing about the NHL is they always played each other. It wasn't like the NFL or Major League Baseball where there were teams you didn't see each year. You always played everybody, so there was a good chance you were going to see the guys anyway.
But from what it was to really just to showcase their star players on the ice at once. You don't have to do that anymore because
you know why the All-Star game started? Do you know why the NHL All-Star game started?
It was a charity game between when Ace Bailey got basically almost murdered on ice.
Yeah.
Yes, I know how it started.
Okay.
But when it became a relevant thing, it was made for fans to be able to get to the opportunity to see the star players on the ice together and just playing basically a pickup game of hockey.
Yeah.
Now it's pointless. You don't need that. Especially if they're going to do these international tournaments every 2 years, they really don't need to have an all-star break in those 2 years. Just get rid of it and just do something where maybe for a weekend you do a skills competition on an outdoor rink. That would be a more entertaining event.
That or an outdoor all-star game.
Yeah, maybe. I just don't
Right.
see the All-Star game as an entity anymore.
But for me, you know where I want the outdoor games? I'm sorry. You know where I want the outdoor games?
Where?
As far north as possible.
I would love to see one at Lake Louise and I believe it's in Calgary.
Yeah. Put them out. Give me pond hockey. Give me pond hockey. All right. Give me, give me a game somewhere in Minnesota on a big ass lake that's frozen. Put a game at Great Slave Lake in northern. I don't even know what that is. I think Great Slave Lake's in Alberta, right?
Put an outdoor game on Lake Taze in Manitoba.
Right? Yeah, give me that. That I'll watch in a heartbeat. Black ice, abso-freaking-lutely, I'll watch that. Right? 3-on-3 black ice. Oh yeah. Right? Those guys freezing. Give me Mystery Alaska. Give me Mystery Alaska.
I won't ever see anything like that.
But
the NHL won't.
No, you don't have to do it against some team. But that open ice, that cold feeling, I understand. That
do a game on the Ottawa Canal.
Take it away from the money and give it to the fans. Right? That's a game where you take it away from the money and you give it to the fans. And if you did that, oh my goodness, the players would fucking respond. Right? And that's the one, if there's one thing wrong with the NHL right now, I think it's something that I don't know how to fix. Right? And it's the corporate. The average fan has been priced out. And unfortunately, I understand the economics. I get it. But there's got to be something better. And I actually think, you know what's better? You know what's absolutely better? And this is what I think so many teams miss. I think everything misses. Open up center ice to everybody.
Oh, I agree. And get rid of blackouts.
But here's the thing. Yeah. Here's the thing. Right? It's the same damn feed. It's the same feed. You know what I pay for center ice? Take a guess what I pay for NHL center ice. My biggest complaint, though, is I got a 2-minute delay. But how much do I pay per year for center ice? Take a guess.
$250.
Not even close.
What? Almost $400?
You're going the wrong way.
Center. It's a $150.
$65.
Huh.
Center ice for the year is $65. You know what? You double that to $120, and you pay and you pay all the teams, right? You get the rights for the local games because it's what they're showing, and you show the local commercials because that's what they show anyways. They're showing the local commercial. If you're showing the local commercial, fucking A, bud. The money's still there. You know, you're getting whoever owns the rights gets money for showing it. What's wrong? You're not losing the rating. You take the rating and you combine it. Oh, I had this rating. Yeah, but what do you have here? It's the same thing. Oh, I had that. See, that's my real rating. And I think if you do that, you'll blow up the TV revenue.
They do need to get rid of blackout.
I'd pay $150 a year or more. I'd even go to $300 a year for every game, no blackout. Local commercials. The only bitch I have is the delay. That's got to go away. And I don't know if it's the NHL that does it or the cable company that does it, but a 2 fucking minute delay is too much. 30 seconds I get. 2 minutes is too much. Like if it's a game that's not on ESPN Plus that I have to watch on center ice, I don't do my show because it makes no sense.
Yeah.
Right? So I think that they would I think that you have to look at the new model. And the new model is people would go for center ice. And then you bring center ice. I get ESPN Plus with their, their streaming and all that, but they're charging way too fucking much for it. Now I get they're paying the NHL, but I think the NHL should have a cheaper option. Right? Or better yet, just take streaming back and take it over. Go back to NHL.tv. Right? I was paying for that and center ice.
Or go to Flow.
Right?
Or go to Flow Sports, who broadcast AHL, WHL, OHL, and every other almost hockey league. If you go to Flow Sports, they have every hockey league, and you have a subscription for $130, and you can watch the AHL, the OHL, the CHL, the QMJHL.
Sam, I think you're looking at that 120 wrong. That 120 is over 6 months. Divide that by 6. What's that? $20 a month or something like that? No, more than that. $60. Like no, 6 divide it by 6. 6 and $20 a month. $20 a month. You set it up, $20 a month. Telling me $20 a month is too much? $40 a month? Double it. $320. $40 a month. 45, 400. Absolutely not. I'm doing that. Shit, I spend that just in going to a club on a Friday night and goddamn what do you call it? Cover charges. Hell yeah, I'll pay that a month.
With St. Louis on Victory Plus tonight, I'm realistically thinking St. Louis is switching to Victory Plus full time after this season.
No, I think they've got a couple of years with
the reason why I'm thinking is because if they're doing a Victory Plus broadcast today,
they did 3 of them. They're doing a test.
Why would they be on it right now instead of their normal network?
Because they're testing 3. They did 3 games this year as a test with Victory. However, there's been, they still have a pretty solid contract with FanDuel Sports Network that when FanDuel bought Bally's out, they made the payments. They're not making payments. Right? So that's kind of where I'm at right now with that. I could see him going to it, but I don't know.
But I do have to say the blackouts need to go. Chicago, I will say this, in the Chicago area, a good percentage of Blackhawk fans can't even watch our games. Yeah. Because this year they switched from NBC Sports Chicago to a new network that the Bulls, White Sox, and Blackhawks all created called Chicago Sports Network. It has been a complete and utter failure, leading to them not being able to get a contract with Xfinity, which is the largest cable provider in the Chicagoland area. And they have an app now that they released midway through the season, and it crashes every time you turn it on.
Yeah. Then
they also have a deal with DirecTV and Fubo, but that's about it.
Yeah.
CHSN is a complete and utter failure for a network. And frankly, I kind of wish I was hoping for the Hawks to actually have gone the route that the Dallas Stars and Anaheim Ducks went with Victory Plus, because it's a free streaming service.
Yeah.
And
for now, it's a free streaming service. They're going to start charging. Victory is going to start charging. Victory can't make money if they don't charge.
Yes, I'm also just saying it's a free streaming service for now, but it actually works. CHSN does not have a working broadcast network, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Because
I get it.
If you have to watch a hockey game by a rabbit ears,
yeah.
What is it? This is 2025.
Well, that's the way victory is now. This is a rabbit ear game.
Okay. But
this is a rabbit ear game. Now, you can watch it on the app, but it is a rabbit ear game.
Yes. It's 2025. You should not have to go out, buy a pair of rabbit ears to watch a Chicago Blackhawk game or a Blues game, for instance. If you can stream it,
send it to me. Yeah, hold on. Jason, send it to me in Messenger and I'll see if I can show it. Right? Torpedo could have pulled that out. That was a goal. This has been all Blues. Now, the last game was all Blues until the second period, and then Nashville came out of nowhere.
What is Chris Shockey's asking here?
He says he's got a screenshot he wants us to see. Which one? Which comment?
No, something about the Hawks. What do
you watch the Hawks on down here? My cousin is moving back down here.
ESPN Plus.
ESPN Plus, yeah.
ESPN Plus didn't, or
they go down to Springfield is the cutoff.
Yeah.
Well, it's actually, I think it's too far down. I think it should be Bloomington, but
I still think Illinois should have all of Blackhawks broadcast.
Nah, because if that's the case, then they should have all of the Blues too.
Which is fine. They should just get rid of freaking regional blackouts.
I agree with that. I absolutely agree with that. Right?
That's why I'm like, they need to have it where you can watch Blackhawk games wherever you want on where you're at. That's where I'm at. But
yeah,
I have to watch the games on ESPN Plus, and there's always like a 2-minute delay, which is bullshit.
No, I agree. I absolutely agree with you. I do not think that there should be blackouts. I think that there's ways around them that you can do things better. And not only that, I think that the league, I think this is something the league should you know what? I'm looking at it. I don't want to, Jason, I don't want to call anybody out. I don't want to call anybody out.
I will say this. Tomorrow's Blackhawk game, it's nationally broadcast for TNT.
Yeah.
And it's on CHSN at the same time. So it's a local broadcast and a national broadcast at the same time. What
game? This one?
The Blackhawks game tomorrow. So it's a local broadcast and national broadcast in Chicago.
Yeah.
The Hawks asked the NHL to lift the blackout restriction for the national broadcast in Chicago so that fans can actually go ahead and watch the games if they don't have the ability to get CHSN up in Chicago.
No, I kind of agree with Matt Lowe's comment that, once you get down past, I think it goes, because you got Peoria. I'd say the majority of Peoria fans are Blues fans, but I think Peoria,
there's a lot of Hawks fans in Peoria.
Yeah. But so you got kind of a line there that's like between Bloomington and Springfield.
Do you know where the viewing area goes back to Chicago? When you're down by Carbondale? It's back to Chicago viewing network. Really? Yep.
That far south?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Well, that isn't Carbondale more in St. Louis area?
No. Well, think about what you have in Carbondale. It's a college. It's SIU Carbondale. And a lot of students from Chicago, that school is pretty much all Chicago students that go there. So they put that as a Chicago viewing network, or like viewing area.
Well, shit. I mean, you want to talk about something screwed up? I'm 2,500 miles from LA, right?
Mm-hmm.
2,500 miles. This is no joke. I'm 2,500 miles from LA, and I am in the viewing area for the Kings and the Ducks. And you know why? And it's simply this, because their channels are on my cable.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You said Carbondale. Where is Carbondale?
It's an hour and a half south of St. Louis.
Then that's got to be like a one-off. Right?
No, that area has Chicago viewing.
But what I'm saying is, oh, there we go. What I'm saying is, you can watch Chicago. You are where you are, which is outside of St. Louis, or in the St. Louis viewing area. You can watch Chicago games on ESPN Plus.
Yeah.
So you are not in their viewing area. It may be the Carbondale thing. Maybe, yeah, okay, I see where Carbondale is now. That may be like a one-off that they've added that zip code, those zip codes. But I'd also think that that's dual, because I think that they would be in the St. Louis viewing area also.
I don't think they are, because when I was down there, when I was down there for college, when I was able to watch the Chicago broadcast down there, and I couldn't see St. Louis broadcasts.
Okay. Because someone told me that the St. Louis broadcast goes all the way into Indiana. That might be a one-off. I think that's a one-off is what I'm thinking. It's something like you said, a lot of Chicago students or whatever, so they've petitioned or did something or got a deal, right? Like Peoria. I think Peoria is probably closer to Chicago. Yeah, Peoria. You look up how far Peoria is, right? So it's like we'll take Peoria and give you Carbondale, because Peoria is closer to Bloomingdale.
Peoria is still in the Chicago viewing network just because it's so far.
Well, I have somebody on Peoria right now. They'll tell you that it's this. I think they're St. Louis viewing area, right? If he's on, I don't know if he's on or not.
I thought they were in the Chicago viewing network, because I looked at the map a few months ago and I thought I saw Peoria as in Chicago viewing network.
Yeah. The news there is out of Paducah and one local.
Yeah.
We're going to the playoffs. I don't know about that yet. We need Calgary to lose today. That's the big thing. The big thing is we're not completely in control of our destiny. We need Calgary to not do good. They're playing the Kraken. Wow. We need the crack. Fuck me. We need the Kraken to win. Yeah. I couldn't speak that at nothing. Who got that goal? I was talking to Winnie and then Thomas. 2 points tonight. Broberg with 2 assists. 3 assists. Wow. You got to hand it to. You got to give. I know you're not a Blue, but you got to give Armstrong all the credit in the world for going after Broberg and Holloway.
And I did in the off season. I respected the move. I just hated that it happened in my division.
Yeah. Time to crack in a cold one. Hey Wayne, how you doing, buddy? That's your guy. Windy. Mount Vernon, 30 minutes north of Carbondale, St. Louis. Yeah, it's a one-off. It's a one-off. It's something that they've made a deal with, right?
But down in Carbondale, it is a Chicago viewing network.
Yeah. That thing you showed. No. If we win 50% of our games, we are not in. We need to be closer to 80, right? No, we still got teams right behind us. We have a little bit of cushion on one of them. We don't have cushions on another.
Don't the Flames have like 3 games in hand on you guys?
3 games in hand, and we're 4 points up.
Yeah, that's tough.
And they have 1 tiebreaker over us.
Okay.
They have the first tiebreaker over us.
Okay, I'm really hoping for the Flames.
I know you are. And I get that. I actually respect that.
I wonder when the draft lottery is going to be.
I don't know,
happening.
but
I know it's usually in the first
second or
round of
third
the
pick,
playoffs.
because I don't see you getting the first again. Second or third pick, who you taking?
Michael Misa.
Is he there for you?
Yes. Because here's the
Is he
thing.
there
If
to start
San
the
Jose gets the first overall pick, they're hands down taking Matthew Schaefer.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, even if the Blackhawks get the first overall pick, we're
Yeah.
taking Michael Misa. It's
You get the third pick.
I think we end up with Misa or Porter Martone. But
I see you getting the third pick. I see one team jumping up into that second spot.
I really don't know. I can see the Hawks end up back in the first overall selection this year. But hear me out. I don't want the defenseman who's supposed to go first overall this year and Matthew Schaefer. I want the forward and Michael Misa to get drafted by the Blackhawks.
How low would Misa drop?
To third.
Third?
Or Porter Martone, who's also another great forward prospect. But Schaefer is supposed to go first overall. But if the Blackhawks end up with the first overall pick, the Chicago Blackhawks will probably take Michael Misa over Matthew Schaefer.
Why not trade it? Why not trade it down one or two? And
I don't see it.
Better yet, just do a flip-flop with San Jose. Trade it with San Jose and get another pick out of it or two picks out of it.
I don't see a situation the Hawks end up taking doing a trade like that. I also don't. And Wayne, we don't need Schaefer, frankly. The Blackhawks from
Wayne's saying you do.
We don't. Here's the Blackhawk defensive prospect core. Alex Vlasic, Artem Lashunov, Sam Renzel, Kevin Korchinski, Wyatt Kaiser, Ethan Del Mastro, Louis Crevier, and there's a couple others right now that I'm blanking just because we have way too many defensive prospects at this point. The Hawks built their defense core. They don't need to add to it. They're going to have to trade someone on the defensive prospect core. They need forward.
From AC.
We aren't taking a Yakupov. The Hawks need forwards desperately. And Michael Misa, trust me when I say this, he is going to be the next Patrick Kane for the Chicago Blackhawks.
I got a question for you. I brought this up earlier. I showed it. I had it. I don't have it on now. Well, let's see if I can go back to it. Give me a second. Okay. So they redraft the NHL a couple years ago, did a redraft of the 2006. Right. And in that redraft, they ended up putting Johnson 12th.
Makes sense.
Okay. Now I want you, they put Eric Johnson 12. These 11 players, which of these 11 players would you take over Johnson? And not in hindsight, think about their type of play and the type of team that St. Louis is.
Yeah.
Right? If you knew what you knew now, would you take Taves number one?
Yes.
I wouldn't. Because I don't think Taves does as well without Kane. And I also don't think Taves would have ever fit in with St. Louis. I don't think he would have fit in with that style at the time.
Jonathan Taves is a player you don't pass on that. Honestly, he should have gone first overall that draft. My order of that in the 06 draft, I would say Jonathan Taves goes first overall to St. Louis. Nicholas Backstrom goes second overall to Pittsburgh. Third overall, the Blackhawks take Brad Marchand.
They have this redraft has Marchand fourth.
Okay.
They have Giroux third.
I have Giroux going fourth. Fifth, I can't remember who drafted
Kessel.
fifth overall. What?
Oh no, well they have Phil Kessel at. Well, no, Kessel. Kessel was fifth.
Yeah,
for the
I
Washington
could say.
Bruins.
Yeah, Kessel will remain a Bruin because he did get drafted by them.
Yeah.
Sixth. Who was drafting sixth overall that year? I can't remember.
I'm not sure. Let's see if I can find it here real quick. Scored again. Texier. They're playing good hockey. The Columbus Blue Jackets.
And they took Burchard. That is where I probably would have taken Nick Foligno.
And they've got Bouchard going to the Columbus Blue Jack. Yeah. Bouchard.
I would have Nick Foligno
Bouchard
going
at 14.
sixth overall this draft.
Say again?
I honestly would have Nick Foligno going sixth overall this draft.
Yeah.
Jamie Benn was this year of a draft pick, wasn't he?
No, I don't think so.
Wasn't Carey Price drafted in 06?
No, he was number 1 overall pick.
No, he wasn't.
I'm pretty sure Carey Price was the number 1 overall.
No, he wasn't.
No.
Can't remember every player in this draft, but how did the list go? Probably Milan Lucic at number 8 would be my guess.
Yeah. They've got Milan Lucic at 8, Brian Little at 7th, Petrie at 9th, Kyle Pesco at 10th, Fogelino at 11th, and then Johnson at 12th.
And I think that's fair order.
Yeah.
But I would have.
If Johnson doesn't have a fight with a golf cart, he might have been higher. Price was 5th overall. Okay.
Yeah.
2005.
Jonathan Toews probably should have gone first overall in 2006. Luckily, he dropped 2 positions to the Blackhawks, and the rest was history.
Who was second in that draft?
Not Mark Stahl. Jordan Stahl.
Yeah, Jordan Stahl.
Jordan Stahl.
Took him second, yeah, but that ended up being a good pick for Pittsburgh.
Then they traded him to the Hurricanes.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I'm talking to you and barely paying attention to the game. Texier from Fowler and Josephs makes it 4-1. The Blues. See, I so many people told me I was so full of shit that I didn't know what I was talking about when I said the Blues defense wasn't a problem, that the offense was. And we're seeing exactly what I was talking about right here. We're absolutely seeing it. Right?
Mm-hmm.
When you concentrate, hockey is not a defensive game. Everyone thinks it's this fucking defensive game, and it's not. It's not a defensive game in the least bit. It's of all the games that are off, I put the most offensive game is basketball. Basketball is all offense, almost zero defense.
Mm-hmm.
Second is hockey. Third is the NFL. Fourth is MLB, right? I think MLB is when it comes to offense, you can have a shitty offense and still win, right? You can have one guy on there that gets hits and still win. If you got a really good defense and a good pitching core, which is part of your defense in my book, you're going to win games. It doesn't matter what you hit, right? It really doesn't. But in the NFL, what do they say? Your best offense is a good defense. That means it's a defensive game. But when it comes to the NBA, there is no fucking defense. There hasn't been defense for years.
Mm-hmm.
But in the NHL, your defense absolutely comes from your offense. Puck control, puck control, puck control, puck control. You don't have that in the NBA because you got to make the shot. Monty is such a goof. I don't know what you mean by that. Our best defenseman isn't even playing to your credit, guy. Yeah. Lucic was a beast. Dude's made nose been broke more than ramen noodles. That's a pretty good one. If you stay on offense as a forward or a D man, all you got to do is make sure you get back on D, do it, and win. No, it's not. It's puck control. I didn't see the commercial they just had. I get national commercials, unfortunately. It's all puck control. Mm-hmm. It's all puck control. And Edmonton's not won a cup because they don't have any fucking defense. They don't have any. Well, it's goaltending, not defense. It's goaltending.
Yeah, defense.
It's more. Yeah, but it's more. If they have Bennington, they have 3 cups.
I don't know because it's hard to say, especially with how the Oilers are in their system that they've played over the years. If they actually have a cup. I get it. They were in the cup final last year and almost won, but they never are a team that has strong defense for playoffs.
When you're skating backwards is tiring. Mm-hmm. When you're constantly chasing after somebody, that tires you out. And Chris, that's you're right. And you're seeing exactly what I've been talking about for a long time. When they got rid of Montgomery, or not got rid of him, when Montgomery went to Boston, I said straight up, you have to hire an offensive coach. And what did they do? They went out and hired a defensive one. And this team went down the fucking hill as soon as they did that. And then all you got these coaches, we don't play good enough defense. You don't fucking score. You don't keep the puck on your stick. And then it comes down to Bushnevich saying, we don't even practice the offense. That was a dagger in Bannister. I think even if Montgomery wasn't available, Bannister was still gone. I think Bannister was gone at that point. I think one of the coaches took a puck to the head, or one of the training staff.
I'm just hoping the Hawks get their coaching hire right this offseason.
Who do you hire? There's only one guy out there I think trains as the Blackhawks around, and I don't see you getting him. I don't see him ever coaching for you.
You talking about John Cooper?
Nope.
Who?
Quenneville.
The Hawks aren't bringing back Joe Quenneville.
I know they're not.
You, but they won't bring back Coach Q. They right now the Hawks need a head coach that has experience or knows how to work with a young core. If John Cooper actually walks as a free agent from Tampa Bay, he is a free agent this year. His contract's up. I'm all over John Cooper, but there will be 30 other teams all over John Cooper.
Why would Cooper leave Tampa?
He's a free agent. Tampa Bay has history of not signing their top free agents.
You don't think they're going to re-sign their coach that's got them 3 cups?
2 cups.
2 cups and three appearances?
4 appearances.
4. Was it 4 straight?
No, because the Hawks beat them in 2015.
Okay. Well, has Cooper been around that long?
Yeah, he was their head coach in 2015.
Yeah, the 3 straight. Nah, they don't. They sign him.
I don't know. I don't trust their GM in Tampa Bay. But if I'm John Cooper, I stay in Tampa Bay. But if Tampa Bay is not smart and signs him, if Tampa Bay gets eliminated in the first round, if I'm the Hawks, I am calling John Cooper immediately and giving him a blank check and however the maximum amount of years he wants to be a head coach for, I do whatever it takes to get him in Chicago. But if it doesn't happen that way, I want to see them do a head coach hiring such as Dave Carl from Denver University.
I want to bring this up, right? The locker room has been so much different here lately, too, Guy. Just the mentality of everyone fighting for everyone else, the working as in it and not working about individual stats and whatnot. See, I think you're kind of right, kind of wrong here. You know why a team like this has gone from hating each other to loving each other? Because their numbers are up. And when your numbers are up, you feel good. And when you feel good, you protect. This has more to do with switching the style to an offense instead of defense that was killing their paychecks. And absolutely it was. And that shit matters. This team went to an offensive mindset. And when you go to an offensive mindset, while you may be thinking team, you're also thinking about your numbers. And I think it works so much better. All right. I just think that regular season hockey is night and day compared to playoff hockey. The D tightens up and they use 2-1-3.
Basically a 2-1-2. I think he meant to type that.
They do 2-2-1-1-1. Is they talking about? I'm not sure what he's talking about there.
Yeah, I don't know, actually.
Yeah, you got me a little confused there, Wayne.
By the way, Guy, this is one of the team-issued practice jerseys from the Winter Classic for the Hawks.
Oh, very nice. Who'd you pay for that, if you don't mind me asking?
The
If you don't
Hawks-
want to say, that's fine.
Hawks are selling them for $120.
Okay, so it's a replica. It's not an actual.
No, that's a team-issued practice jersey from the Winter Classic.
It's one of the ones the player used?
It's a team-issued one, yeah.
Team issued or team used?
Team-issued.
So
They only
made
had
it,
a-
but nobody wore it.
Right, but it's not a replica.
Yeah. I don't know about that. I don't know about him bringing the negative. I think that because he just did an interview. He just did an interview with St. Louis on Life is a Blue or something like that. And it was a real good, strong interview. And I think that interview is part of him setting up to come back.
I just don't see Coach Q getting a job with the Hawks. If he ever came back to the Blackhawks, I will be happy, but I can't see him coming back to the
Yeah, I
Blackhawks
don't see him coming back either.
because there is no one remaining from the 2010 roster, like 2010
Oh, okay.
Blackhawks at all.
I see what he's saying now, that the score of the games go down.
Yeah.
Not completely. I mean, you see a lot of 4-3 games in the playoffs. You do see the 2-1, 2-3 games, but you still see your fair share of the 4-3s. I think the reason that you feel like it does is because it's more compact. The playoffs are more compact, and you're seeing better teams each night. That has a lot to do with it. But I don't think the offense goes away. Butch has been bad all year. No, he is not. Oh, my goodness. No, he is not. I don't think Bush has been bad this season. He's been injured a couple of times. I think that's just I agree. See, that's what I think too, Shock.
Okay, did you actually get the new Winter Classic for you guys or no?
Get the New Jersey? Yes, I
Yeah.
have a Kyrou one.
Okay. I didn't know if you did or didn't. All right.
There you go.
Yeah, I didn't. I couldn't remember if you actually got it.
Read all my comments. You dirtbag, and Bush has been bad. I don't think so. What other comment? Nobody's numbers were up. though, till here recently. Thomas has been around a point all year, but I don't think your argument is valid there, guy. Okay, you can say that, but I think my argument is valid because I've been calling for this for a long time, and now that we're seeing it, we're seeing winning hockey. Right? So, I mean, we're going to agree to disagree there, bud. Dirtbag. No question, Chris, the caliber teams night in, night out goes up for sure. And I think that's why the scores bunch up a little more. In how many games, Matlow? In how many games? Right? I don't have my reference up here. I did it one time. I don't have it now. I think I took her. Here we go. There's missed calls everywhere, bud. There's missed calls everywhere, and the refs have been bad a couple of nights. So in his career, he's about a 0.7, I think. Here, let me do the math real quick. So I actually think that this season he's within that range, right? Again, for me, it's not numbers, it's the eye test. Where the hell's clear? Here we go. So he's a 0.76 for his career. And this season, he's at 0.69. I say that's within margin. Would you, Wendy, or maybe out?
It's about within margin, yeah. Maybe just a little bit off.
A little bit off, but not much, you know. And he's been injured. He's had a couple of injuries this year. Right? He's had a couple of injuries. So I mean, I do see where, so I don't look at numbers per se. It's the eye test and the smell test for me. And the eye test says he's had them in that bad. Oh, we got 11. I haven't had 11 in forever, Wendy.
Oh.
I haven't had 11 viewers in forever. I don't know if he's regressed or if he just injuries or what. So maybe, I don't know. Injuries and contract worries, maybe. You know, I just, according to Jeremy Brander, I know nothing about it, the NHL. Would you agree with that, Wendy? I'll be the first Blues fan to admit it. When the Bedard has help and protection and beefs up, y'all going to shine. Don't trade him. Oh, they're not trading him.
Yeah, Bedard's going nowhere.
Right.
I will say this, the national media has been a complete, has been pissing off a bunch of Chicago fans the last year now, saying how the Hawks have no direction in their rebuild.
I know you are, Jeremy.
They don't look at the national media hasn't looked at what the Hawks actually have in their prospect group, prospect pool coming up. A lot of the guys are not in Chicago yet. A few of the guys are now, but next year the team is going to be extremely a young team on ice. Bedard, I think, is going to boom next season with how this team is going to be built next season.
It could, and I hope it does, but I still think he needs to bulk up. All right. Yes, Jeremy, I know you're just joking with me. I get it. You're pulling my chain. I'm fine. And I'm hoping to be back for 2 months. September, October time frame. Late August, early September to late October, early November. Right? It all depends on how things come out. Want to do a lot of camping and fishing. With him healthy, the Avs are like 28-2-1 this year with him in the lineup. With Nikushkin, yeah. The Blues prospects are starting to hit the ice. The Blues Blackhawks rivalry may come back. Oh, I know it will. Absolutely.
Once the Hawks really start booming, like playing good hockey, the rivalry will be re-energized. Right now, the rivalry is dormant.
Well, look dormant. At what the Blues have just as good a prospect coming up as the Blackhawks do. I'm sorry, Wendy. I think we do.
We have the number one prospect pool in the NHL.
We're probably 4 or 5.
You guys are ranked number 10.
10, that's too low. Especially with Snugard and Dvorsky and Steinberg. I mean, we have 4 first-round picks going to be on our team within 2 years.
The Hawks probably next year will be the youngest team in the NHL.
Yeah. Oh, I can see that, but I mean, we're still going to have. We've got some really good guys coming up.
Guy, did you realize when the Hawks started the season how old they were compared to how old they are now?
No.
At the start of the year, they were the 4th oldest roster in the NHL. Want to know where they are ranked now?
Where?
3rd youngest.
I don't know where we're at. We're probably somewhere the middle of the pack. I'd say our average age is probably Suter brings it up a little bit, but I'd say our average age is probably right around 28.
If I remember correctly, when I saw it last, you guys were ranked. You were probably about the middle of the pack.
Yeah.
Like 15th oldest team in the NHL.
Yeah, I can see that.
But yeah, the Hawks next year should be the youngest team in the NHL. Right now, they have 2 19-year-olds playing.
Which trade, Scary? Oh, yeah. One thing for sure, Coach Q will not come back to Chicago. And, Coach, as long as the GM we have now is there. Yeah, I mean, I'm saying he won't come back or he will not ever be back there, but I'm saying he might be the guy to help. He might be the guy they need. The one you put above, I didn't see. I wonder if we could trade Valery Nikushkin for Ryan Suter in a 5th round next year. That's not. We may offer that, but there's no way Chicago's taking that. Where is Nikushkin right now?
Nikushkin is with the Avalanche, isn't he?
Avalanche, yeah. There's no way they're taking that. No way. I like to trade Scary. We already heavy on forwards. Honestly, I don't see Army. He's not taking that. They're not taking that. Taking a 40-year-old? No. 41-year-old? No.
The Hawks are planning on going super young next year.
But he has a better chance now that all the parties involved from the scandal are gone. I agree. Look, he knows how to turn a team around. He knows how to take a team from the dumps to the promised land. He did it. He did it.
Mm.
He did it twice. Almost 3 times. The stigma of that. And the thing is, and I hate to say this, I almost have 0 problem with what he said. And I say almost. Because mindset, when it was brought to him, right? I know how bad it is, and I get it, okay? But I have been, let's put it this way. I've been in the middle of what we call in the Navy an operational propulsion plant, our ECERT. This is it. I mean, the biggest it gets, you fail this, the ship can't get underway, you get moored out, It's not good, right? I mean, this is like playoff time. And if I had one of my guys come to me in that period and bring me something along those lines, I probably would have said, this isn't something I can deal with right now. Right? And I know how bad that is, but that's the period. Now, my period would have been much shorter, would have been a couple of weeks, where his was 2 months. And I understand all that. Doesn't make it right. Doesn't make it right. Let me say that. Doesn't make it right. It just makes it say that I understand his thought process. Does that make sense, Wendy? Without coming off too bad?
I think so, but here's the thing. Anyone that's part of the 2010 organization, like 2010 Blackhawks, I can't see coming back. Like when it came to front office type personnel.
Yeah.
That includes Joel Quenneville. I can't see him coming back ever.
Oh, I agree.
Think about it. No one from the organization is in power in Chicago anymore. That was in power in 2010. We have a new owner in Danny Warts. Rocky passed away. We have a president of business operations and Jamie Faulkner, which I get a lot of Hawks fans hate her right now. We have Kyle Davidson as GM, who actually has been doing a stellar job at his position by getting a ton of draft picks and prospects that are looking like they are hits, not bust. The Hawks are trying to do something here where it's going to take the right coach to make the jump. And if here's a coach I would say who could be a solid option for the Blackhawks, who currently is employed in the NHL. If Pittsburgh fires Mike Sullivan, don't be surprised if the Blackhawks hire him.
I could see that, and Quenneville going to Pittsburgh.
I could see it.
I could see that.
But
Chris,
don't be surprised if Pittsburgh fires Mike Sullivan after the season and the Blackhawks are one of the teams.
I don't think that'll be a fire. I think that'll be like a mutual.
Yeah, I could see it both ways, but I'm like,
that's going to be a mutual departing of ways.
It technically is a firing at that point.
Yeah, I think it's going to be, look, I'm resigning type thing.
Yeah, but
right?
I would be like, if Mike Sullivan's available, I would be okay if Sullivan becomes head coach. My list for Blackhawks head coaches candidates, 2 of them are employed, and John Cooper and Mike Sullivan. One's employed in college, and Dave Carl. Then you have Bruce Boudreau as an option. Jay Woodcroft is an option for me. That's my top 5 for the Blackhawks coaches candidates, 2 of which are currently employed by NHL teams. One's employed by a college team, and 2 are unemployed because they were fired by their previous teams.
Yeah. Hey, I want to say something real quick. Matt Lowe and Scary, you guys are having a really good conversation. I'm having trouble following it. Be respectful. Be respectful. I'm asking both of you to be respectful. That's it. As long as you're respectful, I'm going to keep it going. Keep it there. That's all I'm asking. And I want to address this. Chris brings up something. If I'd have went higher, they would have said that also. And you're absolutely correct. If something like that would have come to me at that period and I'd have taken it up my chain of command, I can almost guarantee you what my chain of command would have said. Get that shit out of my face right now. I don't have time to deal with it. That's what they would have said. They would have been to focus on the goal at hand. And I get it. I get it. Don't think it's right. I'm just saying I get it. Right? The last two I will pass on.
Boudreaux and Woodcroft.
I'll tell you this. You guys are having a good conversation. Let me tell you something that hasn't been talked about that I think is going to this season is going to change. What have the Blues really not done the last couple of years? There's something they have not done the last couple of years.
Big fish hunting for a free agent.
Free agent, right? And one of the reasons for that is in the rebuilding they were doing, that you couldn't entice anybody, right? You brought in, I forget who it was, you brought in the guy that you traded to, who was the guy? You brought in the guy from Boston that tripped over, what's his name, stick. I can't think of his name now. And we traded him to Toronto 2 years ago. You brought him in, but I mean, that wasn't like a super high free agent. You didn't bring in a super high free agent either this year. But now you look, Wendy, look, I know you're a Blackhawks fan, but if you're a hockey fan and you're looking at the Blues, you're saying this is the team that's going to compete for about 4 to 5 years, right?
Probably.
They've got really good talent now. They have good talent coming. This is a team that could entice a top-end free agent to come for less money. This is a team that you could get a guy that hasn't got his ring yet saying there's a ring there. There's a ring there, and I can go in there and be a leader. Right? I can fit in that mess. And I really do think that we're going to end up with a winger or a middle six guy that can score. Middle six to a top six guy, so a second line guy that can score.
Okay.
Right? Because here's a line. Here's what I'd like to see. A line I'd like to see next year. I'd like to see a line of Neighbors, Dvorsky, and Snugard.
Okay.
2 rookies and a vet. Now, he's only been in the league for 3 years, but he's a vet. I think he can handle most of their mistakes and learn with them. I want to see Kyrou back up on that top line with Buchnevich and you could, if you want to keep Holloway Shin and Kyrou together, I'm okay with that. Put Bolduc on that top line. He's a rookie, but you got Buchnevich and Thomas who can cover his mistakes. I'm okay with that right there. And, I'm okay. That's bringing the 2 guys in. That's power guys. And then if you got that free agent, you have guys you can trade. You have some defensemen you can trade. You have some guys you can move around. You could end up putting a scoring guy on the 4th line. Right? Mm-hmm. You could end up having a scoring guy on the 4th line. I'm okay with all of that. So I really think that the Blues are at that. We're seeing it right now. What you're seeing, whether they make the playoffs or not doesn't matter. You're seeing the future of the Blues right now. And if you're a free agent in the league, at the beginning of the season, the Blues were not on your radar. They're in your second ring now. You know what I mean by that?
Yeah, I can see what you're talking about.
So you look at a radar screen, the full radar screen.
Yeah,
the circles in. I'd say the Blues are probably on your second ring, if not your first ring. Right? If you're a free agent, that wants a cup, God, there's a guy I'd like to fucking pick up next year. I know we won't, but there's a guy I'd like to pick up. I think he would be fucking huge for our 4th line and would absolutely come cheap.
Who?
Anybody out there know who I'm talking about? I won't say. I want to see if anybody can guess who I'm thinking about. This is the guy. I think he's a free agent. I'm pretty sure he may not be, but he could get traded.
I'm just saying this. From what it's looking like in Chicago's point of view, They're going to be big name free agent shopping this year.
They're going to have a harder time. I think they're too far. I think they're 3 years away.
They have the money to still entice a player to come.
Dr. Detroit, nice. That's right, Tarasenko. I think a Tarasenko reunion with him on the fourth
He
line.
signed a 2-year deal with the Red Wings.
Yeah, he's not gonna. Detroit's gonna let him go. I know he's got an NTC, but Detroit's gonna try and let him go. They're either gonna buy him out, or they're gonna come to him and say, "Hey, can you give us a list of teams that you might be tradable to?"
Wayne, that's who I'm talking about.
Chicago's going after Marner.
Yep.
I don't know if Marner goes to Chicago.
I could see it.
I get what you're saying, but you're talking about a guy leaving a cup contender going to a team that's now 3 years away.
Maybe 2 years.
Nah, I think so.
Next year, I think, is the start where we start seeing the Hawks looking to a wild card or in a wild card hunt up until the end of the season.
In 2 years?
Next season, I could see them hunting for a wild card spot, but fall short by a few points at the end of the year.
I don't see them higher than 6th next year. You're putting them at 5th. I don't see them higher than 6th. In fact, I see them in 7th. I don't see them. I think goaltending's still a huge issue.
No, it's not.
It's better, but it's still an issue.
Do you know who our starting goalie is now?
Who?
Spencer Knight.
Yeah.
He's really good.
How did he do last time? How did he do when he played the Blues?
He didn't play against you guys.
Oh, he didn't? Okay, I thought he did.
That was Soderblom.
Okay.
Soderblom played well. Those pucks were just weird bounces that beat him. Our goaltending is pretty solid for the Hawks system. Spencer Knight at 23 years old as our starter. Soderblom potential backup next year still. We also have Drew Comesso in the pipeline and Adam Gajan still in college.
I'm not with. I don't want the super name free agent. Okay, fair enough. I didn't see it. Again, my eye test told me different, but I could be wrong, and I'm not going to say I'm not. Matt and Scary are having I'm not even paying attention to their conversation. I know it's between the two of them now. 11 people watching. Thank you, man. And 11 likes from Matthew Bobette, Michael Bobette, sorry. Jason Harness, my shipmate, Tad Dieterman, Marianne Holmes, Pam Anderson, and so many more. Thank you. 4-1, getting ready to go into the third. I got to pee here in a second, so I'm going to have to shift this over to you. Wendy, I'm going to let you take over for a minute. Can you?
Yep.
Thanks, man. I got a leak. I'll be right back.
All right. Well, this is now a Windy City Hockey stream. Don't the Wild still have a game in hand over St. Louis, Steven? 2-1 Jets after 2. Okay. They're playing. Who are the Jets playing? Oh, Winnipeg is playing Washington. Did Ovi score? No, he did not. Okay. So the scores around the league at this moment, it's St. Louis with a 4-1 lead over Montreal, a 2-1 lead for Winnipeg over Washington after 2, a 2-0 lead after 2 for the Golden Knights over Minnesota. Avalanche are beating the Detroit Red Wings 2-1 after 1. The Calgary Flames are winning 1-0 over Seattle after one. And there's one game that has not begun yet. And the LA Kings versus the New York Rangers. Mangiapane.
Come on, Seattle, damn it. Yo, yeah, Nikushkin's a guy that's like got suspended or missed time in the playoffs or something like that.
He's had some issues.
I don't want that guy. I don't want that guy on the Blues.
Nikushkin's been in and out of the player assistant program.
Yeah, I don't want him. You know what? That right there, that's enough for me. Yeah, I don't want that. I don't want that. That destroys a locker room. That destroys a fucking locker room. Laviolette is fired at season's end.
I would not hire Laviolette. I don't think he would be the right coach for Chicago.
You were talking about Marner, and I thought about this while I was taking a leak. The thing with Marner's chasing a ring. Is he going to wait 2 years, or is he going to, if he can get the same money for a team that's a year away or a contender now?
I think he gets more money if he goes to a team like Chicago than any other team because the Hawks have $64 million in salary cap space to play with this offseason.
Well, first of all, Suter is a free agent, so we couldn't trade him if we wanted to.
Will he still be getting paid by two other teams after this year?
The Wild kicks off this year.
Okay, so he'll get paid by one other team. Okay,
yeah. But he's a free agent, so you'd have to sign him and then trade him, and that doesn't work.
Suter's probably retiring.
Scary, that's the whole problem with that. Is Suter's a free agent?
Ryan Suter's likely retiring after this season.
No, he said he wants to play for another season in St. Louis.
Jeez,
and he will not do that without a no trade clause. His family, he's like talking about moving his family to St. Louis, so. Yeah, I'm not. Our young
St. Louis will be stupid to re-sign him.
Who?
Ryan Suter.
Maybe. But we don't have, like, the thing is, we've got great offensive talent coming up. We don't have any D that's ready to come up. We don't have any other D-men that's, like, right there. We don't have that stud D-man that's ready to come up. So, yeah, while our defense is a little old, I like Fowler. I'm okay with Fowler with Fowler. That Fowler trade was unfreaking real. Unreal that happened, and I would have never thought it. And I didn't think at the time. I called it out. I said, "No, why? But sorry, Scary, I'm not on board with you now. Now that I realize who you're talking about, I wasn't completely sure, but now that I realize, no, I do not want that in my locker room. Do not want that in my locker room. All right. Blues have gotten goals from Kyrou, Holloway, Thomas, and Texier. Boberg with 3 points. Thomas with 2 points. Holloway with 2 points. Make sure I'm getting that right. Blues have outshot Montreal 26-18. It basically controlled the game, right? Thomas 2 points, Holloway 2 points. Joseph, Kyrou, Fowler, Fosca, and Texier all with a point each. I watched Detroit versus St. Louis in 03 highlights. Pronger got 3 penalties and made one. Tarasenko probably getting released next year. Just been, yeah. I that's why I said I think that they're going to buy him out. Damn it. Oh, well. We're not worried about the playoffs. Only for 2 years. The experience of the. I think I think next season is a brighter season than this season. I think even with the young kids, we're at that point, right? The only thing, our defense may concern me because of its age, but it's playing that well. You know, the offense, the way they're moving up, and with Boberg, and maybe if we can pick up a good free agent defenseman, then yeah, I think the future came a little quicker than we thought. Right? And big thank you to Wayne Horder. Thank you. All right. Loosening the pads. Oh, my ice melted on me. Shouldn't have poured my soda in. I think so, and you know, this things we're a year early. We're maybe 2 years early, but I'm okay with that. I think it's coming at the right time, and you know, you're looking at this game right here, going, you know, we're up 4-1 in the third. If we don't blow this, you know, Calgary's got, you know, we got 40 minutes for the Kraken to come up and do something for us. And if they do, that changes a lot. Changes a lot. Might have gone off the goalpost there. I disagree, man. I think we move into contenders, if not next season, the season after next, right? And you know, who knows? Maybe we go out and we give Winnipeg something. You know, Winnipeg has shown that they overuse Hellebuck, and who knows, right? And if you can win, you know, you can take that 7, and if Bennington becomes playoff Bennington, fuck yeah. Bennington becomes playoff Bennington, you're looking at a 7-game series. And it's game 7, who knows what can happen. I think you're a little off, Matt. I think that we're, you know, they said we wanted to challenge for a playoff spot now. If you want to challenge now, you're looking at being a contender in 2 years. I think that we could become a contender next year. Newhook, the former number 1 draft pick from Newhook with the hook. Now that I absolutely agree with. I absolutely agree with that. And I think Steiner really set himself up with what he did for Maroon. That was huge. I think that really set himself up as a GM. That was what Steiner did for Maroon was a veteran GM move, not a new GM move. I feel like it. Wendy?
What did Steen do?
He's the one that initiated the Maroon, all the Maroon stuff.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, on the Chicago end, they were saying it was Armstrong who contacted
No, it was
Maroon's agent.
No, it was Steen, and Maroon did an interview on NHL Now, and he said that with Dan Rosen, and he said that it was Alexander Steen that did it. Right? So, need this power play goal here. I know we're up, but it's just getting the power play working. Oh, man. That was nice. Puck loose right there and couldn't get anybody on it. That was a friend with power move. I just think that a rookie GM may not do that. You know, that's something that comes from maybe the PR, but it's not the GM initiates it, right? Where Steen initiated this. That's a veteran GM move. That's how I feel about it. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm a fucking idiot. Who knows? Right? But that's what I kind of look at it. If we're not contending in the next 2 to 3 years, that's when you know the short turnover isn't working, is what I meant, not that we weren't going to fit. Okay, fair enough, Matt Lowe. I don't want to get in an argument with you, bud. We had a good argument with Scary there, so I don't want to get in another one with you. That was another bad power play. See, the power play is something that has elevated itself to my top concern. Power play 1, penalty kill 2, offense 3, defense 4, goaltending 5.
What's your power play percentage? Well, where is it ranked?
Hold on, and I'll tell you. Prior to this game, I got to go down. Oh, did I screw up? I missed it. I just went right by it. Here we go. Okay, our power play was 17th at 21.5%. At home, we were 20th at 19.5, and on the road, 23.5 for 13th. 5 shorthanded goals allowed, 14th in the NHL. The Canadians at 21.5 were 18th in the NHL. They were 10th at home and 23rd on the road. So not terribly bad, but not great either.
Probably shocked to find out the Hawks are top 10 in both penalty kill and power play.
They are?
Yeah.
Not doing you much good.
What?
You're next to last in the league.
Well, yeah, but if you think about it, doing top 10 in both power play and short and PK, it's kind of impressive for being a second worst team in the NHL.
If I'd have put all those comments, see, most people couldn't see those comments because they're not on YouTube. But if I'd have put those, no one would have said that was a friendly disagreement. That was a straight up argument. Oh my goodness. We're just not very good 5-on-5. Fair enough. Let's go Kraken. Looks like St. Louis is going in the penalty kill. Or cross-checking, so they're bad power play to a penalty kill, and Monty doesn't look happy. Walker's a hit machine. Kraken still down 1-0 with 14:49 to go in the second.
I believe Nashville officially gets eliminated tonight.
Do they?
Yeah.
They won.
But I think they still will get eliminated with St. Louis winning.
Possible.
And Winnipeg winning.
I think the NHL puts that out on Twitter. Right? What do you call it? The PA, NHL PR?
Something like that, yeah.
Let me see. I don't see any. Yeah, they're not putting. I don't see them putting anything up about that. Clinching scenarios. The only clinching scenario they have, and they go either way, the Winnipeg Jets will clinch a playoff berth if they get at least 1 point versus the Capitals, or if the Blues lose to the Canadians in any fashion. So they're not eliminated yet.
They will be eliminated tonight, actually. There was another post earlier today that I saw that for the elimination scenario.
Okay. Oh, that's the only thing the NHL put out. And normally they put out that if the Blackhawks didn't get a win, or if somebody won, the Blackhawks were out. So they put that out. I remember that. So
here was the scenarios. I have it here.
Okay.
Winnipeg will clinch a playoff berth with at least 1 point over Washington, or St. Louis lost to Montreal. The Predators will be eliminated from playoff contention today with a regulation loss to Carolina and a St. Louis win versus Montreal.
And a St. Louis win, so they won't.
Yeah.
So they won, so they won't be eliminated. Calgary is winning 1-0 with 13 to go in the second over the Kraken.
Good.
Huh? Good. I love you, Wendy. Love you to death, buddy. Love you to death. Right? Blues are playing good, man. They're just, this is the type of hockey we've been waiting to see. And now that we're seeing it, let's just see where it takes us. And like I said, the future looks really, really bright. The future looks really, really bright.
We'll be back.
I don't think he's too far away. He won't get there. He won't get the Cheesiest number, but
what?
Most games by a U.S.-made player, U.S.-born player.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a talk about the Preds earlier, Wayne. I don't think you were in here yet. Four on four for 35 seconds. Walker for roughing. Walker's got 2 penalties tonight. How many hits that dude got tonight? Anybody want to take a guess how many hits Walker has?
5.
Nope, not 5, but you're close.
4.
4 hits. Yep. 4 hits.
We'll be back up in Chicago tomorrow for the Hawks game.
He's got 4 and climbing. I mean, this is Walker's line tonight. He's got 2 shots, 1 miss, so 3 attempts, 4 hits, 3 block shots, and he's won 2 faceoffs.
St. Louis is not my hometown team.
They're just giving you crap, man.
Being a season ticket holder for the Hawks and diehard fan of the Blackhawks, where family went to games during when they lived in Chicago, and I might be moving up there soon. Hopefully sooner rather than later. Waiting on after an interview I just had last week.
Hefner, I'm not seeing your comments, I don't think. Hefner, if you're there for some reason, I'm not seeing your comments, buddy. And I think it's because you're watching it from in the Hawaii Blues fan clan. That might, because I shared it, so that might be why I'm not seeing your comments. Matt, would you trade Falk in a third for Nate McKinnon? Come on, why would you even put that up? Because you like Chicago would take, or the Avalanche would take that. The Avalanche are taking 5 first-round picks for McKinnon if they would take anything, right? And I'm talking at least, real first-round picks or guys that are first-round caliber. And I'm talking high first round, like top 10.
McKinnon will fetch like 3 first-round picks if he's traded. And a couple high-end players.
3. I could see that. It would be high end. It would be high end. They need cap for McCarr. No, they're not getting rid of him. You can get your cap elsewhere. There you go, buddy. Yeah, that ain't happening. I'll tell you that straight up. I know that's not happening.
No. I'll be watching, cheering for whoever they play.
Was that Bolduc? That's a shorty. Is that a shorty? No, it expired. Nate Thomas to Neighbors to Bolduc. Nice shot.
I have to just decide what jersey I'm taking up to Chicago tomorrow. Yeah, that won't ever happen.
I do that out of love, right?
Mm-hmm.
I get it.
I just have to decide what Hawks jersey I want to wear. We're playing the Devils. I could wear one of my 2019 Winter Classic jerseys because they stole our look with that jersey with their stupid jersey.
You need to wear a maroon jersey.
I've been actually considering buying a Pat Maroon Hawks jersey.
Jets are winning it all this season. I don't see that. I don't see that. They overuse Hellebuyck. Maybe they get to the third round, but yeah, they overuse Hellebuyck.
I could see Washington end up making a run for the Cup this year.
I'll tell you a Cup I would really like to see. I know it's not going to happen. This is Fantasy Cup, right? And this is Storyline Cup. What would be a hell of a story? And I'll ask everyone out there first. What would be a hell of a Storyline Cup this season?
Calgary versus Columbus.
No. That's not going to happen, period.
But you know why I'm saying that.
Yeah, but I'm talking about playoff, teams that have a chance at the playoffs. This cup has a 0.00001% chance of happening. The Columbus one is 0.0000000. Winnipeg and Toronto, no. McDavid versus Washington, that could be a good cup, but I think there's one with a little bit better. Yeah, there you go. You got it. St. Louis Blues versus Toronto. I
really can't see that happen.
Oh no! What did I say? What did I say? Right?
Yeah, I know.
But think about the storylines there.
Mm-hmm.
Berube, Montgomery. Him going up there to win them a cup. Montgomery coming in just like Berube did.
Yeah.
Some of the players. Goaltending, the goaltending against, they're great 1 line, 1.5 lines against the Blues, good 3 lines. I think it would be there's a lot of really, really good storylines in that. Right? Does that you know what I'm saying there, bud?
I can see what you're talking about, yeah. I had to throw my phone on the charger. It was about to die.
Oh, no issues, man.
But my pick for a Stanley Cup that I could see happening this year, but it's not my official pick because I don't do the official pick until the brackets are ready to go out.
Mm-hmm.
Dallas versus Florida.
That was one of the two teams I was thinking. Oh, they switched goalies out. Brought in the St. Louis kid. I don't look. Could the Blues beat Winnipeg? Yes. If I had to put a percentage, 20-80, right? 20% chance of beating them, right? And that might be high. That might be my fanhood a little bit, but I just give the way Bennington's played. If you get playoff Bennington against non-playoff or against playoff Hellebuck, I'm going Bennington the whole way.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I'm going especially if you get the Bennington that played before a couple of years ago, the last time before he got hurt in that Colorado series. Right? I'm telling you that was a stolen cup. I think we had a chance at winning that cup. If he doesn't get hurt, I think we beat Colorado in 7, and we have a chance at winning that cup. Right? Because all that stuff, that extracurricular stuff that happened that changed the game doesn't happen. We had 2 cups stolen from us. We've had 2 cups stolen from us since 19. We had 20. I think we could have repeated in 20. COVID. We were the number 1 in the West. Everything was clicking. I mean, Colorado was coming up. I will say that they were close, but I think that our experience was going to outlast them, and I don't think that they would have seen us. We would not have seen them until the second round, and I think by then we would have been ahead. Right? They would have had a tougher first round matchup than us. I really think that we would have. Yeah, we're going on the penalty kill again. And then I feel like that Sundqvist goes. I hope so, but they kind of blow it. Ovi is now what, 6 away? Is he 6 away?
He's yeah, that's 6 away. I can see Ovi set the record next, like on the 4th. That's been my prediction all season, that he will set the record April 4th.
Kraken 1-1. And guess who scored the goal for the Kraken? Guess who scored the goal for the Kraken? Anybody?
Can never think of anyone on the Kraken. For years.
Somebody will come up with it. Yep. Jaden Schwartz. Schwartzy scored it. Right, from McCann and Burkowski. Power play goal. Thank you, Schwartzy. All right.
But yeah, my prediction, Alex Ovechkin ties or sets the record next week on April 4th.
All I hope April 1st, you get Tillman taken back for offsides. I hope he doesn't do it on an empty netter.
I don't see him doing an empty net for it. I only
tie
can see
it or
him
break it. Tie it or break it cannot. In fact, I don't think he can get an empty netter the rest of the way out.
Mm-hmm.
I think they have to be legitimate goals from here on out.
Next week, the Hawks play. The reason why I'm saying I predicted it a while ago. April 4th will be the night he sets the record and or breaks it. The Hawks, I predicted it because the Hawks were going to be in Washington. And the Hawks were the team he scored his 800th goal against.
Are you going to go to the hockey puck or puck cancer night?
Wait, what?
The puck cancer. It's Blues alumni, Blackhawks alumni.
I saw it. It's not even Blackhawks alumni. There's like 5 Blackhawks alumni playing.
A little more than that, isn't there?
No, it was there were like a few. Chris Chelios, Adam Burge, and that was about it.
Quinville's
And
going to be
Kyle
there. Quinville's
Calder-
going to be there.
What?
Quinville's going to be there.
Huh. Shocked. But I'm just like, there's not many Blackhawk alumni going to be there.
I would pay if I had the $500 and I was there, I would pay it for the VIP ticket. Right. It would almost be fitting for him to get an empty net. No, I think at this point you cannot get an empty netter. Right? You cannot get an empty. That's the one thing. Oh, Q was there last year? Okay, that's good. I didn't know that. That's the one thing that Hall should hold the single season record. Right? And that's what a lot of people don't realize. The year he scored 86, how many empty netters did he have?
I have no clue.
The year Gretzky set the record and scored 92, how many empty netters did he have? These two numbers will boggle your mind.
I really don't know.
7 for I don't know for who. How many empty netters did Hull have? How many empty netters did Gretzky have? Right? Let's see if anybody knows this. Hull was 0. That is absolutely correct. Hull had 0 empty net goals a year he scored 86. 7 for Wayne. No, that is not correct. Ovi has the most at 65. Gretzky is second with 56. I can see that. Jobu! I like that. F you, Jobu. 13 Gretzky. No, but you are close. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, my number could be off. I think he had 11, but it might have been 13. I thought it was 11. You think about 11 empty netters, and Hull had none. Right? Hull had no empty net goals in that 86 season. He had 56 overall. Uh, 4:07 to go before we're just a little bit closer. And let's see what happens with Calgary and Seattle. No, I just don't think he should get any more empty net goals.
The record needs to be set by a true Alex Ovechkin snipe clap bomb from the circle.
Scary saying it was 7. I was told it was 11. Maybe I'm wrong, Scary. For some reason, I thought it was 7. He was also plus 80 that year. But the 3 shorthandeds were the 3 shorthandeds empty netters. See, that would make the 11. If the shorthanders were empty nets, you can have a shorthanded empty net goal. Absolutely, you can. Right? If the shorthanders were empty netters, that would come up to 11. Oh, I get that, Matt Law. I see what you're saying, but it just looks wrong for me. The year he scored 92. God, I remember hearing 11 somewhere. I'll have to look it up. All right. I'll have to go look it up somewhere. I'm pretty sure Hull did not score an empty net goal that season. I'm like 90% sure he did not score an empty net goal that season. Now that penalty's going to go. We had a delayed penalty, but it looks like it's going to go away now. Tempers are flaring. Most empty netters he got in any one season was 6, and he did it 3 times. And now I'm questioning myself. I'm kind of trying to look something up.
I just pulled up the Gretzky goal record.
Yeah.
In a season. He only had 4 empty net goals that season.
4?
Yeah.
I'm looking at that season. I don't know where you can find that they were empty nets. I'm on Hockey Reference.
Oh, Hockey Reference doesn't have it.
Where are you seeing it at?
Here, I'll just show it.
Yeah, I got told 11, so I apologize if I was wrong. And you were correct. Hull scored none that year. Wayne Horter said, do you use StatMuse?
Here.
Bolduc! Well, this game's over.
Right here.
What site is that?
StatMuse.
Okay. Okay, I'll have to check that out. Well, we are winning this game, so we're getting our 2 points. There's no ands, ifs, or buts about that. Seattle is up 2-1 on Calgary and got an assist from Dunman. Oh, did Joseph tip that in? Nope, he jumped. Bolduc again. Mini might not be as okay as you think. and Elk are out. Yeah, but I mean, that just for me, I see him being solid in the playoff spot, but I see him having a first round exit. 7 in a row. Yeah, this again, they're playing really good hockey. And the thing is, you know what Thursday becomes now? Hull only had 11 empty net goals in his entire career. 700 and something goals and only 11 empty netters. Gretzky had, what was it, 56 or 63, something like that? Right? Yeah. That's something there. That's impressive. I'm sorry. That's impressive. That's impressive. Right? This is, I just said something. Now I forget what did I say. What did I say? I asked a question. Oh, do you know what Thursday's game becomes now? I don't think he could have had 100 more, but he probably could have had a good 30 or 40 more. Right? Do you know what Thursday's game becomes now? Anybody know? What does Thursday's game become?
Trap game.
Trap. Big time. Got trap written all over it, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
7-game winning streak. Nope, not the biggest game of the year. Not in the least bit.
It's a trap game. You guys are
trap
playing
game.
Nashville, who will try and not be eliminated that night.
Yeah. And then you have Dallas playing Calgary.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think this was a trap game. This didn't have, because Canadians were a playoff team.
Yeah, this was not a trap game.
No, not in the least bit. All right. Devils play the Blackhawks tomorrow at United Center at 7:30 or 6:30.
6:30
right?
puck drop on TNT or Chicago Sports Network.
3 stars of the game coming up. Who are your 3 stars? For me, one of them is got to be Boberg. Boberg with 3 assists. Thomas with 3 points. So I'm going Bennington third, Thomas second, or Boberg second, Thomas first. Oh, Boberg had 4 points. Take that back. Or 3 points. 4 points. So Boberg is first. All right. Bolduc is first. So I'm going Bennington with 24 out of 25. Excuse me. Bennington, Thomas, Boberg. Thomas had 3 points, maybe 4. 4 points. With
Same
the goal?
stat line as Broberg.
Say again?
It's the same stat line as Broberg. Yeah. 1 shot each.
No. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Well, hello there.
Guys, I didn't see that coming.
I wasn't gonna even ask to come on. Okay.
No, he came on his own. Holloway was the 3rd star.
Dude.
I can see that too. Holloway had what? 3 points? 2 points?
Where have these Blues come from?
They were always there.
Dude.
Thomas was 2nd star. So the only one I missed was Bennington. But at 24 for 25, I could see Bennington. I could have seen Bennington being the 3rd star. All right. Holloway had what? 2 points, right? Yeah, 2 points. 1 for +2. Boberg, 4-point game. Thomas, a 4-point game, same stat line. Well, Boberg was +4. Thomas was +2. So that's where
Ovi scored again.
Huh?
Ovi just scored again.
Again? Oh, wow. So he's what? 5 away?
Hat trick watch for Alex Ovechkin?
Yeah.
No, he only scored the 1 goal.
No, okay. It was 1 goal.
One goal.
Someone just said he's just scored again.
Yeah.
Well, that game's over. The Rangers fiasco is starting now.
Are the Rangers going to make the playoffs?
Can we not talk about that?
Say again.
I don't want them to. So
Yeah, they won't make the playoffs.
Let me tell you something. As a Ranger fan right now, I am so confused. Because
Are they going to trade Laugh after?
Ovechkin had the
no. They're not
game
going to
time
trade
goal, but
Lafreniere.
Winnipeg got it in OT.
They're not going to trade Lafreniere. I have a big feeling that you're going to be seeing you'll be seeing Kreider gone. Zibanejad is going to be. They're going to attempt to move Zibanejad.
No one's wanting that contract.
They're going to build around Trocheck and JT Miller. Got to fix its lighting.
Okay, so what Bettman and Gretzky are doing when Ovi gets to within 4, they will start going to every game.
If I'm them, I'm going to start going after tonight, to be quite honest. It's Alex Ovechkin. You can't, if he just scores a hat trick, he's within 3 goals automatically.
Yeah. I think
Guy, could we talk about the last 16 games for a second?
the last 16 games of what?
Okay, of the Blues.
Okay,
Well, have you gone through their averages in the past 16 games?
no, I haven't.
Okay, so let me just throw these by you and just listen to and Guy, try not to like just fill with joy. And I understand that you guys want to be careful because you want this to continue. 4.13 goals per game. Listen to that again. 4.13 goals per game.
Okay.
All right, that's what's the league average?
Say again?
What's the league average of goals per game?
It's like 3.2.
Yeah, you're scoring 4.13. Okay. You are 13-2-1, 27 points. Okay.
I think we're 13-2-2. I think we're 13-2-2.
You're 13-2-1.
Okay.
Okay. I have the stats in front of me. This is why I came on, because I actually looked at this.
Okay.
And then their power play has been 30%. Penalty kill has been 78%. Okay. I think the only problem has been a little bit in the defense of giving up a little bit, but a lot of that has been in garbage time. So I think you have to sort of put that into account.
Yeah.
And I don't like when they just put on their the goal differential necessarily, because I want to minus goals for when you had a 3-goal lead. So any goal that was scored after you had the 3-goal lead should not count towards your differential.
Yeah, I get that.
So that number should look better, but your goal differential is 34. It's the amount of, I'm going to call it sound hockey that this team has played. We're talking about the rotations, right? You love the cycling. The cycling has been great.
Yep.
Forecheck. The forecheck is different. I did not see that forecheck in the first half.
I got to throw something here.
Yeah.
So you got to be careful when you say forecheck.
Okay.
Because when people think forecheck, they think of the forecheck behind the red line.
Nah, that's not what I'm
What
referring
the
to.
Blues are doing is not behind the red line.
That's right. That's right.
Stick checking.
That's right.
In the offensive zone.
No, but which part of the offensive zone? But which part of the offensive zone?
Yeah, but
which part? No, but tell them which part. Tell them which part.
From the circles up.
From the circles up.
To circles.
Right.
Red line to circles. So what they're doing, what they used to do, and I talked about this a lot before Monty got hired, as soon as the other team got the puck, they'd fall back into defensive posture. No one would stay on them.
That's right.
And try and keep it going. Everyone fell back. Well, now they're not doing that. 2 forwards are staying up. Or even all 3 forwards are staying up and stick checking. And this is keeping that puck between the red line and the circles, right?
Right.
So even if it clears, it's right there and they're ready to go right back in. So they're keeping that puck in that area. And because they're keeping the puck in the area, it's contributing to the cycle. It's contributing to long periods in the offensive zone. It's contributing to to lanes, to tired first liners. That's contributing, but it's not the forecheck that everyone thinks of. So there's a big difference here when you say forecheck into what they're doing. Does that make any amount of sense to what I'm talking about?
Yes, and that's sort of what I was trying to get to. What I said to you was it's different than the forecheck I saw from them at the beginning of the season, where they were attempting to sort of, I would call it the mad dash, right? Where you simply are sending two guys always into the other zone to try to cut them off. But now you're hearing you're seeing a more sound sort of defensive line from that front. When I look at this team, it's just sound hockey right now, and the young players are showing up, and Neighbors and Broberg, they're contributing, and they're not just contributing on one side of the ice, and that's where they're being successful. And you know what? I think the Bruins are right now looking at the Blues and going, yeah. Did we make the right decision?
Maybe we should have listened. No, this is what I know I'm going to get in an argument here with somebody, but this is what I've been talking about for about 3 or 4 years now with the Blues. It's not the defense that everyone said it was. It was this commitment to the defense that was causing the problems, not being strong on the puck, not controlling the puck, not getting enough shot, not getting 3 or 4 shots on goal. This team went from allowing 30 shots on goal to allowing 22 shots on or 23 shots on goal. They haven't given up 30 shots on goal in like 15 games, 16 games. It's been a while, right? What is it? What is it there, Shockey? Maybe if you're still here, maybe you know this. But they haven't given up 30 shots in a game in a long period. And because of that, the opportunities that were there before aren't there. I have said this for a long time. Bennington has played much, much better than his numbers, and you're seeing it now because the shift has come, right? The shift has come where now they're spending more time. He's not seeing all these shots. He's not getting the bad breaks. The things that were happening from them pulling back aren't happening now. 17 games since they've allowed 30. This is all stuff that leads you into that path. Now, I'm concerned. Do I think they're going to beat Winnipeg? No, I do not. Could they beat Winnipeg? Yes, 20% chance. Right? And it all depends on which goalie shows up. Dylan Holloway, since the Four Nation break, 17 games played, 8 goals, 12 assists, 20 points, 16 even. What is Jordan Kyrou's number since the Four Nation break?
I can get you that.
Right? The Boberg and Holloway. Holloway is the bigger signing of the two in my book. He is playing above his contract. Boberg is playing slightly under. And as good as he's doing, I don't think he's a $4 million defenseman. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's just how I feel. 3.5 maybe, but he's close. We haven't been seeing the block shots from the forwards and stuff as long with the defensive players. Goes back to my point, Monty bringing in culture. I agree with that. I got no issue with that. Okay, Wendy, no problem, buddy. Thank you so much. Love you. Thanks for joining us tonight, Wendy.
No problem.
All right, so it's me and Shags for a little bit. Rousey block shots now. He blocked shots before. We just didn't pay attention to it because everyone said he didn't. Right? 12 likes tonight. Thank you, Wayne Horder, Michael Bovet. Got 6 likes. We'll stay on for a few more minutes. You'd sit there. You guys, be nice. Look, Shags, I told you when Monty got hired, this team could turn around. Right? And I said at the beginning of the season, I didn't think they were as bad as everybody thought they were. And I meant that. And I thought they were a 100-point team, 100-plus point team. They're not. Stay on till the Kraken game's over. I might be able to do that, guys. They're at the end of the second. Would have been a little longer. Maybe I will. We'll see. I'll stay on at least through the Blues pregame, postgame when that's over. I'll see if I can get the Kraken game. Jordan Kyrou in the last week, 4 games, 5 goals, 9 points, 7 even strength, and he wasn't even the first star. He wasn't even a star. Holloway got 3rd star. Right? So yeah, the things have changed. Kraken are still, it's the intermission. Kraken are still up 2-1. So that scares me. Calgary's been good at fighting back lately. Right? Do you know what's working on this team more than anything else? There's what I contribute to this team playing as well as they are right now. And I think it'll shock the living shit out of you when I say it.
Okay.
Right? What does everyone think is the key to where the Blues are right now? There's something that I think is the key, and see if someone can come up with it. Shaggy, would you trade Justin Falk and a 3rd for McKinnon? Honest opinion. If I'm okay, would I take? Would I get traded?
Do you know how much McKinnon? You know how much McKinnon?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's would you take it? And sorry, I jumped on you there, Shags.
No. I think Justin Falk's gonna. I mean, Nathan McKinnon's gonna cost you like 5 years of 1st-round picks. I think that the success for this Blues team, I could say, I'll give it two things. Number one, I would say it's bringing up the younger guys like Broberg. I would say those type of guys, having them come up and just play with these veterans and mixing them together. And eventually these young guys who we knew were very talented and just giving them a chance to actually play has brought this team to having the right mix between veterans like Kyrou and Thomas. Secondly, I'm actually going to give it to Hofer, in which we have always put a lot on Binnington. And Hofer has, in the games that Binnington has not had, Binnington has less pressure on him to be the guy because he knows the guy behind him is going to be elite. We're talking about a guy who's 3-0-1 in his last 4 games. So I think Hofer has contributed a lot in the fact that the Blues know whatever game it is, they have good goaltending behind them. And as seasons go on, knowing that you have a great goalie behind you will always give you confidence. One of the problems with the Rangers is the fact that they misuse and abuse the fact that they have a top 3 goalie in hockey. That's why it's disgusting being a Rangers fan right now.
I don't know if we're the best goalie tandem in the world, but we're there.
You're the deepest. You're the deepest.
We're close.
It's the deepest. It's not the best. It's the deepest. The best tandem is probably Hellebuck and whoever his backup is.
Scary. If I'm worried about my cap situation, I want picks. If I'm giving a guy away and I'm asking 6 or 7 picks for McKinnon. I'm asking for a bunch of firsts, a bunch of seconds, a bunch of thirds. I want picks, and I want a bunch of them. That's what I would want for McKinnon. And I don't see them getting rid of McKinnon. You're missing the key to the Blues turnaround. It's the same thing.
That is.
And I hate to do this. This thing happened in 19 also.
Oh no.
But how many years does McKinnon have left? He's got a bunch of years on his contract.
Okay, first of all, okay, I don't know why this is a discussion. McKinnon will not leave the Avs. Let's move on.
Yeah.
Next. He's not leaving the Avs. He is committed to Colorado, not just because of hockey, but because of a heart. One of the reasons that I love hockey is because of the fact that you don't have players turning around going, I want to move. It's very uncommon, and that's why I a little bit had a hate on Mikko Rantanen for the way he treated his whole situation.
Yeah, well, it's not the coaching change.
No, it's not the coaching change. Let me just think.
There's something else going on. There's something else going on that everybody's missing. And it's been talked about a little bit, but not as much as it should be talked about. right? The youth
Could it
movement,
be-
not the youth movement, something else. It's actually the opposite.
I'm saying, could it be the fact that Shen, Thomas, and Kairu have woken up?
Nope. 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 There's something going on that everybody's missing. I could see that. Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I'm just not with you there, Scary. There, everybody's missing it, and I'll give you a hint. 3 initials. 3 initials. See if somebody gets it now. Drysdale, I would go after. You're just not going to pry him out of Edmonton's hands, and we don't have enough to pry him out. Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, maybe. I've talked about Hopkins before. I've talked about Hopkins before, how I thought he would fit with the Blues. I have talked about that. But you're going again, what do you have to give up to get him? And that's the problem. What's happened to this Blues team is the same thing that kind of happened in 19. And you guys are all missing it. 3 initials. Right? JVR, no. I mentioned RNH before. I mentioned him before.
Sorry, guy, about that.
No, you're fine.
What was it? What was your thing?
3 initials. That's what's changed. That's been the key and the focus to this team.
3 initials?
3 initials. Right? And you guys are all missing it. Steen's part of it. Steen's part of it. But, there we go. Shock, you got it. WTF. Walker. Torpachenko. Fosca. The 4th line that has gone out there and done way more than a 4th line is supposed to. They've gone out there and Montgomery does. I tried to bring this up last time. Montgomery does something that he doesn't do, something that every other coach in the league seems to do.
Mm-hmm.
And he doesn't coach the skill out of his 4th line. He hasn't coached the skill out of Walker. He hasn't coached the skill out of Torpachenko. He hasn't coached the skill out of Fosca. He's told them to go out and play their games. Walker's an Energizer Bunny. Torpachenko's big, he's strong, and he's got some skill. Fosca can pass the puck. They're out there. They're making a first line and a second line tired. When it comes to the end of the game, those guys don't have the energy they need to win the game when they're behind because of that WTF line. And it's the same thing that happened during the 19 playoffs with, and I can't remember the 3 guys that were on the line, but this is why Berube started them every night. They started every night in the Stanley Cup Finals. It was Steen, Maroon, and one other guy, I think, but I can't remember who it was. But maybe someone could throw it out there. Right? This has a lot to do with opening up. So when your 4th line goes down there and wins that puck and can keep that puck and get you a line change, right? This is more than one player. This is a combination that has opened up everybody else. Steen, Sonny, and Barbashev. There you go. Thank you. Steen, Sundqvist, and Barbashev. There you go. That's what did it, right? They did the same thing. And that's what's happening here. You have a 4th line that has not had the skill coached out of them that does more than just go in and win a puck.
Mm-hmm.
They take that puck down in the other end and keep it down there to either score a goal or get a line change. And when they get that line change, they have a tired group out there. They tire out the first line. They tire out the second line, and they do their job.
Well, one of the interesting things is the fact, are we going to win the cup? And is the guy going to win $25,000 $1,000 bet? Well, I hate saying this. Blues will
No,
not
we're
win the
not
cup,
winning the cup. We're not winning the
and
cup.
Guy's gonna win 25,000 one day off $1,000 bet. It may not be this
No,
year.
not me. There's a guy that bet $1,000 that the Blues would win the cup, and
Oh.
it was at a plus 2,500, so he would win 25K.
Look, the only way the Blues are winning the cup is by the same way they won their last one. And what's that, Guy?
Lightning in a bottle.
No, not just lightning in a bottle. Come on, what turned on them in the playoffs?
They just they
Come on, it's
they
one
don't
word.
have a maroon. They don't have a maroon. They don't have
It
a
was
maroon.
one word, but it was one word. There was one
Tenacity.
tenacity. And you know what? They were annoying. They were always in the game. You couldn't break away.
I didn't expect that.
Guy, let me ask you a question. If my 2-year-old was sitting right next to me, what would you say?
If your 2-year-old was sitting next to you and a man showed his chest, no big deal. Okay,
Guy,
no big deal. When a man shows his chest is an issue, then we have an issue.
Guy, you
right?
want to know a bad moment for me today?
What?
I went shopping and I passed by a hockey store, so of course I take my kid in to go check out the stuff, right? And I pass a Rangers jersey. I point to it and I ask him, well, what team is that?
He said Islanders.
In that moment, and then I asked him again. I said to him, let's go. And he said, Islanders. I said, let's go what? Let's go Islanders. I said, what about the Rangers? He goes, no. I'm like, okay.
Your wife got a hold of him. Walker is.
It's not my wife. It's not my wife. It's his uncle that gets a hold of him. Plus, my father-in-law has season tickets there, so they keep telling him like he could go to those games. So, as a 2-year-old, you don't know the difference. But when people keep telling you, let's go Islanders, and they're your uncles.
Yeah, I get it.
It's all right. I'll still get him to be a Ranger fan because if he wants to come to go with his dad to games, he's going to need to be a
Seattle on the power play. Hold on. Let me see if I can pull the game summary up.
So the only reason why I'm interested in the Rangers trading Lafreniere is because when Rangers tend to trade their players and they tend to show out other places, it just shows you there's a problem with the Rangers system.
Bob's your uncle, Shags.
Bob is definitely my uncle.
Right? Aussie. Wait. Look, right now, we're excited for Blues hockey. We are 7-game winning streak. We've got a trap game coming up and then a really important game behind that. The next 2 games, are we going to get to 11? No, I'll tell you that right now. We will lose one before we get to 11. The important thing is to get that point, that one of those 2 things that Calgary has over us. They have they control their own destiny, and they have the tiebreaker. If we can get 2 losses where we get wins, what they do with those 3 games doesn't matter. That's what's important, right?
I think you guys go.
If Calgary loses tonight, and that's a big if, it's still early. If Calgary loses tonight, this will put the Blues within the margin. Now the best they can do is tie us with those 3 games.
You guys have a very hard end schedule, especially with.
No, we don't. We only play 2 more playoff teams.
No, it's not true. You have to play the Oilers. You have to play the Avs twice. You have to play the
Avs twice and the Oilers
and the Jets.
Okay, 4.
And the Red Wings aren't the bad. And the Red Wings aren't the bad team. And the Penguins have been playing better. And Utah's a young team that you never know what could show up. You have a hard schedule. You guys have a hard schedule.
I disagree. I think the way this team is playing right now.
Yeah, well,
right?
If they continue the way they're playing now, I have them at around 6 more wins.
With 9 games left?
Yeah.
I could see that.
I think they split with the Avs, I think you
I can
guys
see
beat
that.
I think you guys beat Utah, Utah, Detroit, and Pittsburgh. And there's 4 wins for you. I think you beat Predators. That's 5 wins. And then somewhere along the way, either you'll beat the Oilers, you'll beat the Jets, or you'll beat the, you'll have one of those games there.
What they meant by easy schedule is that we have the most teams that are non-playoff teams at the time. That's
I
what
don't look
we
at that
don't now.
because
Are we
that's not
still
really-
do?
Also, the Penguins are still in it. They could still make them the wild card. So could the Red Wings. So you don't have non-playoff teams.
Yeah.
You understand what I mean? You have teams that are all in the race. That's the thing.
Utah's out of the race now, so you can take them off.
Oh yeah. So you play one team. One team. That's not so.
Hold on. Give me a second. I got to do something here. Give me a second. I want to make sure I do this right. So, Preds. We got the Preds, not a playoff team.
That's a win.
Okay. We have I don't know. It's a trap game. I'm calling it a trap game right off the
Is
gate.
that one in Colorado or at home?
No, it's that's at the Preds. So here's what we got. We got the Preds, the Avs. So
Win,
the Preds are a
loss.
non-playoff team. Detroit is a non-playoff
That's
team.
a win.
Pittsburgh is a non-playoff team.
3-1.
Seattle is a non-playoff team.
4-1.
Utah is a non-playoff team.
5-1.
We have 2 against the Avalanche. So we have 9 games left, right? Is that right? 9 games left?
9 games left. You have the
9 games
Predators.
left. We have 5 against non-playoff teams and 4 against playoff teams. 2 of those 4 are against the Avalanche.
Right, which you'll split.
And they're I think they're home and away. I will tell you in a second. And they are home and away. It's not a home and away, but you play them in. So the next 2 games are on the road for the Blues. Thursday against the Preds. That is a trap game. You got to be ready for it, especially after you beat them the last 2.
Guy, you should be happy. That's your schedule. Do you know what the Rangers schedule is?
Oh, I do. I am happy about the schedule. I'm not saying I'm not.
The Rangers, after playing the Ducks and Sharks at the end of this week, play the Wild, the Devils, the Lightning, the Flyers, the Islanders, the Hurricanes, the Panthers, the Lightning.
Yeah, I mean,
there goes the season.
Decent schedule.
Yeah,
right.
It's over.
And here's the thing: I'm not worried about the Edmonton game. If we lose the Edmonton game, big effing deal, right? Doesn't affect us as long as Calgary loses that day, right? So that's not a game that affects me right now.
Well, Calgary's losing right now.
Yeah.
If
they lose right now, we're within we win the margin. Right? We will be 6 points up with them having 6 points in hand. Meaning if they lose if they lose one of those games in hand, they're done control. They no longer control their destiny.
How many points do you need to clinch?
I don't know. We're well off of that. Right. The best we can do is 101. The best they can do is 103. If they lose today, the best they can do is 101. We were tied. They will have, and we match out, and they win those 3 tiebreakers. They win those 3 games in hand. They will win the tiebreaker. They will win the regulation wins. Right. So that's what we got to be concerned with. So that's the important thing. But the thing is, that's if they lose now and we're tied. But they've got to win those 3 games. They probably will not win those 3 games in hand, right? I'm not sure who those 3 games in hand are against, but the chance of them winning all 3, I'd say are mute, are 20%. And that's the thing, and that's why this game is so important. With the Blues beaten, or if the Kraken beat, in the next 10 and a half minutes, if the Kraken beat Calgary, the Blues just got stronger. Wild are on a slide, though. Yeah, but I think they're still okay. You all out? I don't think you're out. Where are you at in the standings?
Of the Rangers?
Yeah.
I think they're 1 point out, but it's the fact that they're
Yeah,
not
you're a point out, but
Rangers are
the two
Rangers
teams ahead of you
are
have a game in hand.
so the Rangers are
Well,
tied
actually-
with the Islanders, but they have the advantage. So they're 1 point
Islanders-
behind the Canadians. who you
Islanders
guys
have the
beat.
game in hand. They have the advantage.
Yeah, but the Rangers have the advantage. So even if the Islanders win,
No, if the Islanders win, you're tied. They have a game in hand. They win that game in hand, and you match out for the rest of the game. They're ahead of you.
right.
Right. So the Canadians, it says 70 games played, but I don't think that's right.
The thing is, this is before.
'Cause I don't think it's updated
This is
yet.
before the Rangers. If the Rangers win tonight, the Rangers are in the second wild card spot.
Yeah. So we shall see. Wild might be on a slide, but I still think that they're pretty. I don't see the other teams coming up to them right now. I mean, you're the Wild. You know, they have 10 games left. They're at 85, so that's 105 points at the best. I mean, that's what they can do is 105. Best the Blues can do is 101. The best the Flames can do is 103, unless they lose tonight. Then it's 101. I just see that Minnesota probably has that spot locked, right? And Winnipeg did clinch their spot tonight. Winnipeg did clinch their spot tonight with their win. And the Predators are not out yet. Blues win another game. Well, the game that they play on Thursday, if the Blues win that game, they're done. Plain and simple. But they're going to be out. So they're not going to win out. They're not going to win the next 11. So Kraken are so far. Even if the Kraken win, they're only at 60. Yeah, the Kraken are out. Utah has 11 games left. I don't think they're playing tonight. And they're at 75 points. So the best they can do is 97. Right? And that, to me, falls into the Blues' favor. Right? Obviously, when the Blues can do 101. So I see Utah kind of being out of it now. Right? You want the 1-8 back? I'm not sure what that means, Jason. Right?
Here's the thing, though, is like I remember saying, like, I saw the Stars in the cup. When I look at the league right now, I know the Capitals are there, but I think they'll fall out to the Panthers or Hurricanes or Devils, or someone will just knock them off. Here's my crazy question: If Ovi wins the cup and breaks the record,
yeah,
does he retire?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Graybeard retired.
Would you think that he would retire in that last game, in the last game of the cup? If he wins that cup, would he announce that he's retiring?
I think so. All right, right after. Hold on. Jason, you need to understand something. This is a joke, right? This 1v8. This 1v8 doesn't work. And here's the thing. Everyone's going, well, you have a good team out because of the 2-3. First of all, if you really remember old-fashioned hockey, you go back to when it was 4 divisions and 20 teams, right? Where 4 of the 5 teams made the playoffs, and in the first 2 rounds they played each other. That's where the rivalries were born. That's where a lot of the rivalries were born. That's where the Blues-Blackhawks rivalry was really born. That's where the Blues and North Stars rivalry and the Blues and Detroit rivalry. That's where they were really born. Toronto, not so much, but yeah, that's where that rivalry was born. Okay? Toronto didn't seem to fit in the Norris division back then. I don't know how they got in it, but they did. They didn't fit. They were the fifth wheel in that one. When it was 1v8, the 8th seed won the cup 3 or 4 times. It's not like that 8th seed, and I talk about this all the time. The difference between the top team and the bottom team in the league is minuscule.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because we look at it, we see it as huge, but we look at it under an electron microscope. In all actualities, it's minimal. So by having this type of playoff, you're creating rivalries, divisional and interdivisional rivalries by switching over to the Pacific. You're and the Atlantic and the Metropolitan. I hate the Metropolitan as a name, but you're creating those
I call them Metro
rivalries, right? And you know what? You're going to have a good team out anyways. You're going to have, everyone talks about having a two or three seed out. You're going to have that anyways, because if you go back and look at 1v8, how many times did 1 through 4 make it, chalk out to the second round? Not often. Not often at all.
Guy, I have a kid that just woke up, so I got to run. So
okay, no problem, man.
All right, guy, this was fun.
Okay, talk to you later.
All right, okay, bye.
7:45 to go in the Seattle game. They're up 2-1. Calgary is on a major penalty kill right now, or major power play. It was a double minor. Montour got a double minor. He got all the penalties for Seattle right now. They killed off the first one. They were working on Seattle's working on the second. We'll keep at it right now. No, it doesn't. It doesn't, Jason. It doesn't, because a lot of times those teams in the 6th, 7th, and 8th spot, we're playing playoff hockey to get into the playoffs way before, and that helps them go up. It doesn't create the rivalries. Trust me, it's not what everybody thought it was. Go back and look. Jets, I don't know, man. You guys got me. I'm trying to do like 9 different things at one time. Jets are plus 77. Jets are plus 77. They have a hell of an offensive team. Right? Everyone forgets that. The team's at the bottom. Calgary just tied in on the power play. Yeah, what we needed didn't happen. So you got to understand this. The 1v8 didn't work like everyone thought it would. The purpose of the 1v8 was to get the top 2 seeds to play each other in the playoffs. If you want that, just have a 4-team playoff. You don't want it? So create the rivalries. Right? Well, because everyone, the people that write that stuff, and especially the fans that write it, they don't really understand or look at what's happening. They think it's better because it looks better or sounds better. But in all actuality, it's not. Because when you watch it, the eye test doesn't work. The smell test doesn't work. Come on, Seattle. 6:10 to go. This one's got the O working written all over it, man. And that sucks for us. That sucks for us. Oh, and then it was our enemy that scored the tying goal. He got a assist from Huberdeau and Frost figures. Come on, Schwartzy. Done. We need you. That's what I just said, Shock. Oh, man, I can't believe I'm still on. It's almost 4 hours today. 4 hours, guys. You got me for almost 4 fucking hours. I think Hellebuck, the problem is how much they use him. I think that's what you're missing. It's how much they use him, and he kind of gets overused. Now, if they can rest him down the stretch, maybe great. But like I said, I give the Blues a 20% chance of beating that. I got up to 11 viewers. Yes, I did. That was kind of nice. Been a while since I've had that number, right? My goal is 50, so we'll get it sometime, right? I'm trying to be here for you guys, right? We got, and I'll stay on through this game, right? That'll put me at 4 hours for sure. Yeah, I mean, Hollabuck plays great. Oh, now they're dropping gloves, so. And, of course, it's our enemy in it. Oh, hit him. Nail him. Oh, there we go. All over him. Right? Take him off the ice. I'll stay on, so. Dave Higgins, thank you, man. I don't even know who that is. But that's just where I see things, man. And I think so many people forget what those playoffs were. What those playoffs were when it was 20 teams in the league, 4 divisions. And I can't remember all 4 of the divisions. It was the Campbell Conference and the Prince of Wales Conference, or I think. Campbell and Wales Conference, if I remember correctly. And then you had the Norris Division. God, I can't remember all the divisions. Hold on a second. See if I can pull this up. Okay. You had the Adams Division and the Patrick's Division in the Prince of Wales Conference, right? You actually had an extra team there. In the Clarence Campbell, the Campbell Conference, had the Norris Division and the Smythe Division. And this is 84-85. You had one extra team. You had 21 teams in the league. You had 5 teams in the Adams Division, the Canadians, the Nordiques, the Sabres, the Bruins, and the Whalers. Then in the Patrick Division, you had the Flyers, the Capitals, the Islanders, the Rangers, the Devils, and the Penguins. In the Norris Division, the Campbell Conference, you had the Blues, the Blackhawks, the Red Wings, the North Stars, and the Maple Leafs. Maple Leafs were consistently at the bottom of that division. And then in the Smythe, you had the Oilers, the Jets, the Flames, the Kings, and the Canucks. Right? The way the playoffs were, the top 4 teams in each division played each other in the first and second rounds. And then the conference winners and the Norris and Smythe played each other in the Campbell Conference and the Wales Conference, the Adams and the Patrick. And I wish they would bring those back. Right? Where are we at? Scary not to look at that shit you spent. Can we catch the Avs if we beat them twice and get well, it wouldn't be in the Metro, it'd be in our division, but in the Central, but no, I don't think so. Right? No, I do not see that, bud. The Avalanche right now have 89 points. You're saying that we beat them twice, you take that away. Okay, I get that. They have 11 games to go, right? Take away that. So 8 games, that would be 16, 8 games, 16 points. No, they're too far ahead. They're way too far ahead. They're 5. Yeah. Well, no, you're talking about 4 points there. You give us, but then we'd only have with the games we'd have left. Yeah, it'd be way too easy. Even if we won out and got the 101, they're at 89, so they would only need 5 wins out of 11. All right, and you take our 4 off. Yeah, so 5 wins out of 9. I could see that. All right, I could see that. So I mean, if that happens, but I don't see that happening. Right? Yeah, up 6 points. I said 5. I meant 6. Okay, my bad. Where are we at in this game right now? It is tied at 2 with 4:53 to go. Kadri got a fighting major, and Prospero got a minor, so it's 4-on-4. Kadri's off for the final 5. Ooh, not bad. Prospero got an unsportsmanlike conduct. Montour's got 9, 10, 11 penalty minutes this game. So it should be 4-on-4. Yeah, nope. 5-on-5. Okay. Thought it would be 4-on-4, but it's not. That could be an issue. You never know. Could be an issue, but I don't know, man. I don't think so. .420 to go. No Kadri on the ice. No Montour, no Ismont, no Prospero. Dallas is a little old, but they've got all world goaltending. I can see Dallas beating Colorado, and I can see Dallas beating us. Our goaltending and theirs is on par. That's the way I put it, on par. In fact, I think Dallas had our number this year. Oh, shit. Calgary just scored. Well, that went away. 3-2 unless Seattle can do something. Ottinger is 8th in the league with a 2.49 goals against average. I'm not sure where he's not in the top 10 in that. I don't think he's the 6th. I think he's the 2nd best or 3rd best. Here we go. Ottinger is 33, 15, and 3 with a 249 and a 909. It's not a bad year with 2 shutouts. It's not. He's what? 3rd in wins? 3rd in wins. Hellebuyck's 40. Volvaleski 44 for Tampa Bay. He's 2nd in the. Yeah, he's not. Yeah, not. Never been a big game. I'll take Ottinger over Bennington or Benner over Hellebuyck. Don't care what he does in the regular season. Okay, that's a fair point. But Matt Lowe, I'm sorry, he's not the 6th best goalie he's probably the 2nd best goalie in the Central, with Bennington maybe being 3rd, because I think Bennington plays better than his numbers. I really, really do. Bennington has played 40, started 47 games. He's 23, 21, and 4. Okay, that doesn't look great. 898 and a 277. Okay, not great. I get it. But he plays better than those numbers. And that's the thing with Bennington, man. That's why the smell test with him. And Hoffer's got decent numbers. He's played 25 games. He's 14-7-3 with a 905 and a 264. And he's played right at those numbers in my eyes. Right? It looks like empty net. So if Calgary scores, I'm going to end this. He's not sixth best right now. I'm sorry. Well, it was off the face-off. Hell of a shot. Anderson for his 10th of the year. Big goal for them. Hellebuck, Saros. Saros has had a shitty year. McKenzie, Jordan, Gufferson, Jake. Oh no. I'm sorry. I can't go with that. Who isn't better? Ottinger? You're putting McKenzie from Chicago? Oh, Seattle tied it up. Seattle tied it up. Okay, that was scary. I'm sorry. My bad. Misread it. Oh, Blackwood for the Avs. Okay, my bad. Saros is not number 2. Ottinger's not. Go look at that. He's third overall in wins. Tied at 3. Eberle. Jordan Eberle. Who knows? Come on, Seattle. Pull out a miracle. Win this in OT. Win this in regulation for me. Oh, just snap that one in there. Keep at it. Come on, Kraken. The Kraken are a backing. Who's in the house? There are only 3 people watching, so I'm not going to be on much longer. I'm going to stay through this one, and as soon as this one's over, I'm coming off. Goes to OT, it helps Calgary, win or lose. They get the point, and that's... $43 seconds left to go. Oh, Robert Morton's here. Hey, Robert! Had a good show, Robert. I didn't see you there, man. Welcome, man. Welcome. Oh, run that puck. Ah. Oh, that was dangerous. Big win by the Blues tonight. So Calgary gets a point. That means if they lose this game, the best they can do is 102. The best we can still do is 101. So they still have breathing room. They still control their destiny. If it goes to a shootout, now that helps us out even if they do win it. If they win it in regular OT, not as much. If the Kraken win this in OT, it definitely helps the Blues. But it does help us that we get a regulation win that they don't. That does help us in the standings. So we have 28 regulation wins. They have 26. No matter, so we stay 2 ahead, but they still have those games in hand. So that's where, if they win those 3, they're ahead of us. But that's where, but we are still well in the row. And we are definitely ahead of them in regular wins, just wins, period, because of all of their overtime losses. They have 4 more overtime losses than us. Actually, it would not. It wouldn't be as much as you think, Matt Lowe. It really wouldn't. Yeah, but they have the overtime wins. I don't know. I'd have to look at it. I've always believed that, and I think we should go to it. But I've seen things where it doesn't change anything, right? Where it barely changes. It helps more in the bottom than it does in the top, and it usually doesn't change the playoff spots. Well, we're got 3:58 to go in OT. But we only have 2 regulation wins over them. There's only 4 points. Or 3, that's only 2 points. Right? We have 28 regulation wins. They have 26. So that's only 2. So that's only 2 points. Right? Because a shootout win and a shootout loss give the same. Right? I think within the 3-2-1 system. No, a shootout win is 2 points. An overtime win is 2 points. A shootout loss or an overtime loss is 1 point. And 0 points for a regulation loss. Big save by Decord there. Big save by Decord. Nope. They're 6 points ahead of us. They'll be 5 points. That it still doesn't erase their games in hand. Oh! Because of the tiebreakers. Hold on a second, Jason. Well, I did way longer than I wanted to tonight. I think I'm over 5 hours or 4 hours and something. Stars, Oilers, Avalanche, Utah, Ducks. Well, the Utah and Ducks, they got 3 tough games ahead. That does help us. Thursday, Saturday, Monday, the Monday game. That one against the Avalanche is one of the games in hand. It might be a better system, and I do believe that. I appreciate it, Jason. Uh-oh. Big save by Decord. This goes to a shootout. This helps us. This really helps us, even if they win it. It helps us. Oh, that was close. Here he goes. Yeah, they won it in OT. Oh, well. Well, guys, thank you. 4 hours, 12 minutes, more than I can do. I appreciate it. Calgary won in OT. And